Okay. Allison, should I be seeing a different real-time page?
No, it's the same. It's the same as yesterday. Let me send you a few stroke.
It just says I'm there early.
Try reconnecting. I'm connected. Let me start you up again.
Okay.
Are you seeing me?
No.
Huh.
I'll go back.
Oh, wait, one moment. Wait, one moment. I think I see the issue. Hold on. Now try. I think that was it. My computer connected to the wrong Wi-Fi feed.
Do I hit the little button that says follow real time?
That's, if you're in the window, that's yes. That'll go along as the real time goes on.
2, 3 testing, 1, 2.
You got it.
Ah. Ah. Stop pressing the buttons, Elizabeth. Or as they say, leave well enough alone. Good morning. Oh, more people, more people. Just to let you know, we're on YouTube.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this
Miss
is
Drake.
Joan. Hi there. I just wanted to follow up with you. Were you having an issue with the corrected testimony of Mr. Gorman?
That's right. In the Dropbox, trying to open it, the attachment is in landscape, and it's
No, I am in Dropbox now and I've got it open. Everything's in portrait.
okay.
And so
It might just be my setup. During a break, I'll ask the court reporter if she can pull it up
okay,
uh,
I can.
from the Dropbox, because that's the most important Because I can look at the old version to look at the attachment. That's not a problem.
I can send the attachment separately, or I can try to resend it, but
No, that's a problem
okay.
that I discovered with SPS. You need to put your attachment with the
Yeah,
testimony.
I got you. Mm-hmm.
SPS put the attachment in the Dropbox yesterday. That's been amended, but I want it together with the testimony. Are we going to have anything else procedural that we need to deal with before we resume our evidentiary portion? Mr. Rossi, good morning.
Good morning. Just a reminder, could we do at least a roll call or entries of appearance? And thank you.
We can.
And Your Honor, just for SPS's clarification on
Ms.
the,
Hopkins. Good morning.
good morning. The list of documents that was the explanation of the attachments in Mr. O'Malley's MEM1, is that you're requesting that be combined with SPS Exhibit 5 in one file, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you. We'll do that.
Uh-huh. Okay. And put it in the Dropbox.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We also, just letting you know, we're finalizing the responses to your bench requests right now, and they should be filed shortly.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, well, we've got about 2 minutes and oh, there's Mr. McMillan. Thought I was missing someone. Also, if you're not using a headset to speak, you need to make sure that you're not moving around when you talk, because your volume goes in and out for the court reporter. So no headset, please stay as stationary as you can and project, so that we get exactly what you're saying. All right, Allison, are we good to go?
Absolutely, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good morning. We are resuming our evidentiary hearing here in case number 24-00270 UT. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for approval of continued use of its fuel and purchase power adjustment clause, Fppcac, using a monthly adjustment factor under NMPRC Rule 550, and for implementation of certain other matters through the Fppcac. This hearing is being conducted via Zoom. It is also being live streamed on YouTube. Here with me today is our court reporter, Allison Hoyman. And pursuant to request for the continuation, this is day 2 of our evidentiary hearing. I've been requested to have appearances repeated in this matter. Let the record please reflect that Carol Lynch for CCAE has requested to be excused from appearing here today. There was no objection, and that was granted. So if we can go ahead and get our appearances on the record, please, beginning with Council for Southwestern Public Service Company. Ms. Hole.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Houle, Marty Hopkins, and Will Dubois for SPS.
Thank you. And Mr. McMillan?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McMillan for OPL.
Thank you. Mr. Rushoff or Mr. Stoffel for New Mexico Large Customer Group?
Good morning, Austin Rushoff, as well as Nick Stoffel for the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Good morning. Captain George for FEA?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Captain Ashley George for Federal Executive Agency or FEA.
Good morning. Ms. Drake for LES?
Joan Drake for LES.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott for NMDOJ?
That's right. Gideon Elliott for the New Mexico Department of Justice.
And Ms. Hank for staff?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Katie Lang and Nicholas Rossi for NM PRC staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't believe I left anybody out. Not hearing that I did. Very well. We have a couple of procedural matters that we discussed before we went on our record. I was advised from Ms. Drake from LES that the LES or FEA LES exhibit number 1 was corrected and placed in the Dropbox. I was having some difficulty with the attachment, but I'm going to have the court reporter check in Dropbox later to make sure that that she's not having any difficulty with that. Additionally, with regard to Dropbox and new filings, we have the attachment to SES Exhibit 5, MEM-1, which was the listing of documents that I requested, and that was put into the Dropbox by SPS. However, that needs to be attached to SPS Exhibit 5 in order to be compliant. That SPS Exhibit 5 was provisionally admitted, and after considering this issue of whether or not I wanted the approximately 1,000 pages of the PDFs that were listed, upon hearing the testimony of Mr. Malley that the documents contained in SPS Exhibit 5 were SPS's monthly and annual filings with regard to the fuel clause. I have decided that we don't need the extra documents since we have them available in the PDF, and because they actually are filed with the commission. I believe it's appropriate to have the PDFs available for efficiency purposes. And Therefore, I'm going to remove the provisional ruling, and if there's no objection to the ruling that I've just made, I'm going to go ahead and admit SPS Exhibit 5 as corrected and placed in the Dropbox per this ruling. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 5 as ordered here today is admitted. Okay, I think the other updated exhibit that was placed in the Dropbox was SPS Exhibit 12, Ms. Trammell's testimony in support of the stipulation, and Mr. Du Bois, that was to remove the exhibit. Is that correct?
I think that's what that one is, but I would need to double check.
Okay. Well, that's the third of the new documents that were placed into Dropbox that I was giving notification on. That's my understanding.
Yep.
And you can correct me if that wasn't the reason that SPS put that updated version.
I believe that's right, but I want to be sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, just check that. That'd be great. Okay, we can go ahead then if there's no other procedural matters. I don't believe there are. And continue with our evidentiary portion. And I believe that SPS has a couple more witnesses. And according to my list, I believe SPS will be calling Mr. Romer.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Hopkins, you have Mr. Romer there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. SPS calls SPS witness Craig Romer.
Mr. Romer, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Cannot hear you, sir.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Romer.
Ms. Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Harold Craig Romer.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
XL Energy, and I'm the Director of Fuel Supply Operations.
And do you have in front of you a document that's been marked as Exhibit SPS 9?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify that document?
This is the direct testimony of H. Craig Romer on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Does that testimony have any attachments?
Yes, it does.
Can you please identify those attachments?
There is one attachment. It's HCR 1.
And what is that document?
It's the prompt month PRB 8,800 BTU dollars per ton graph.
Thank you. Was the testimony and attachments prepared by you and under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is the testimony and its attachments true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or attachments sitting here today?
I do not.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 9.
Mr. Romer, you've indicated that the testimony is correct. If you were asked these questions, would you give the same answers or different ones?
The same.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 9? The direct testimony of Mr. Romer as verified by him here today. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 9 is admitted. Ms. Hopkins?
SPS presents Mr. Romer for cross-examination.
Very well. And just as explanation purpose, parties, except for staff, have waived cross-examination. Ms. Lang, any questions from staff for Mr. Romer?
Staff has no questions for Mr. Romer, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Welcome back. I've got a few questions for you. And I know as the director of fuel supply operations, you're in charge of, it says, procuring the coal, fuel oil, and solid fuel needs, including supply and transportation. For all of Excel, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I guess I should have been asking you about the fuel oil that I was concerned about yesterday.
I think Mr. Bogner did a fine job explaining how that works.
Oh, well, excellent, excellent. And in your testimony, in your summary of your testimony, you talk about the purchasing policies for coal, fuel oil, and why they fluctuate. SPS is down to 2 coal-fired generation plants.
It's the Tolk facility has 2 generating units at it, Tolk 1 and Tolk 2. Harrington converted to natural gas effective December 31, 2024.
And with regard, was there any coal left over after the conversion?
No, there was
at that
not.
Site?
There was not.
And with regard to the fuel oil, do you have storage facility for the plants that are dual fuel?
Yes, we do.
Approximately, I mean, is it, I guess, in gallons?
It's measured in gallons. It varies by plant, as low as, say, 50,000 gallons and as much as over 1 million gallons.
And is that, how do you estimate that? Like, you want to have so many days or so many hours, or be able to generate so much capacity? How do you figure out how much you want to have on hand at any given time?
Our main goal is to fill the tanks to capacity minus whatever the room we need to have for expansion. So, and it's measured, what we measure coal in days at max generation. We measure fuel oil in hours at max generation. So it's a little bit different. And then the generation is considered how many gallons per hour based on the capacity of the unit.
Are the storage capacities ever changed?
No, the tanks are set and they're fixed assets. They don't change in size or volume.
So they're just sort of waiting there in case they're needed.
That is correct.
So do you ever have like a burn off? Like if the plant's down or a scheduled burn off just to make sure that that everything's working correctly with the different fuel source?
There are periodic times when the units are started up, whether it's for emission testing or to make sure that you can switch from natural gas to fuel oil. And it's from time to time, but there is no burn off just to get rid of fuel. That fuel will sit for quite a while if needed be.
I mean, can it sit for years?
Yes, it can.
And is there is it less efficient if it's new as opposed to if it's been sitting in the tank for 5 years?
Nope, it still burns just like it did when we delivered it. There's no degradation.
Huh. Sir, your testimony on page 6, you're answering the question posed at page 5 about your summary, and you're talking about the coal and fuel purchasing. And on page 6, you say that Ms. Trammell references a RFP for IRP, so a request for proposal as part of the current integrated resource planning process to address capacity need through 2030. Resource selection is expected in the second quarter of 2025, and any resources that require fuel oil supply would follow the purchasing policies and procedures that I discussed in this testimony. That's your testimony, sir?
That is correct.
Since we're almost, well, I guess we just started. Well, we're in 2025 and we're in the second quarter here. Do you have any update on that testimony and whether or not any resources have been selected?
I do not have any updates.
Do you know if they've been selected?
I do not know that.
Further in your testimony, sir, on page 8, you are answering the question posed at line 14. How is SPS's cost of coal determined under the CSA or coal supply agreements? And at line 15, you say SPS purchases coal from capital T, capital U, capital C, capital O, TUCO, for a delivered price at the bunkers. And then you go on. If that's your testimony, sir?
That is correct.
What's a coal bunker?
That is, okay, so there's the coal yard. You crush the coal, you bring it up a conveyor to the tripper deck, and a coal bunker is a holding storage facility that holds the coal until it goes into the coal mill, and then it's ground up and takes it into the boiler. The coal bunker is the large container that holds all the coal prior to going into the coal mill.
Is it like a train car?
No. If you could think grain silo, but not as big as a grain silo.
Okay.
It will hold 12 to 14 hours worth of coal burn.
Where is it?
It's above wherever the coal mills are on whatever particular deck within the coal plant, usually towards the top, so that gravity will carry that coal into the top of the coal mills. So maybe on the 5th or 8th floor of the power plant.
So is it owned by SPS?
Yes, it's inside the power plant.
And how does it get delivered to the bunker?
From a conveying system from the coal yard. So in the coal yard, there's a large stockpile. There's a dozer, could be rubber tired or track machine, shoves it into a hole in the ground. And then from the conveying system carries it up to the tripper deck where it's distributed between the bunkers.
So the coal isn't actually priced until you say for a delivered price at the bunkers.
It's purchased at the bunkers. The price is determined by the transportation contracts, the coal contracts, whatever those costs were. And then it sits in the coal yard. And we pay for the average weighted cost of the coal once it is delivered to the coal bunker.
So it's still their coal when it's in the coal yard?
That is correct.
But the coal yard is on SPS property?
That is correct.
Do you charge them a rental fee?
The relationship that was established between SPS and the prior coal provider vendors, whether Tuco, Cabot, Wheelabrator, was established back in the 70s. And that relationship was determined, I believe, in Harrington's case. We maintained ownership of the property. They returned it once the contract expired. At Tolk, actually XL Energy owns, SPS owns the property and the coal handling system. And no, we do not charge them rent for that.
And how many more years of expected life is there for Tolk?
The current plan is December 31st of 2028.
Do you expect that to be extended?
The current plan is December 31st of 2028.
Okay. And then also, will you explain to me page 9 of your testimony? So you're continuing in that same answer. In item F, and you're talking about the components of the delivered price. And one of them is the cost of coal losses. Can you tell me what that entails?
Yes. So it's a small percentage of the cost of the coal, the delivered price of the coal, that is set aside in a separate account. And that takes care of when a inventory survey is done at the plant. That happens twice per year. If there's any adjustments to the coal pile, it's taken out of that particular account. What we found is when coal sits on the ground, it does lose some of its moisture content from when the coal was originally mined. There may have been dust suppression applied. There may have been freeze treatment applied. And the weight of that is part of what the total volume of the car was FOB mine. The coal losses, as it sits there, water evaporates, maybe the freeze treatment is no longer liquid form, it's a dried form, and we lose a little bit of coal. There could be some wind blowing around in West Texas. We could lose a little bit of coal there. Also, the allowable variance in the scale weights, I think it's plus or minus 0.5%, also is accounted for in this cost of coal losses. So that when we make an adjustment, we don't have to pay TUCO additional monies, or if the flip side were to happen, maybe when they did the inventory survey, they had more coal than they thought, they would put that money back into the coal losses account.
So it's not like somebody's stealing it.
Oh, no. No, this
Okay.
is not a retail store. This is to account for environmental impacts to the coal.
Okay. The coal weighs less than originally thought.
It could be. There's certain variables that are in there. One is moisture content. One is variable for the scales, but slightly.
Okay. And I just needed a clarification on page 10 of your testimony. You're answering the question posed at page 9 under category B, coal supply and transportation agreement details. The question posed, please describe the TUCO CSAs in more detail. And you start to talk about subcontracts in line 9. Subcontracts that result in FPP CAC fuel costs are coal supply agreements and confirmations with ARCH, capitalized, capital A, capital R, capital C, capital H, Coal Sales Company Incorporated, Peabody Coal Sales LLC, and Cloud Peak Energy Resources LLC, and transportation agreements with Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway, BNSF. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
These subcontractors are, with the exception of the railroad, but these coal sales companies or gold companies, are they all in Wyoming?
The mines, the source mines are in Wyoming. That is correct.
So then the coal that SPS is getting is from Wyoming.
That is correct.
Does Excel get coal from places other than Wyoming?
Yes, it does.
Does SPS have access to those vendors?
Yes, it does.
But you chose these particular vendors? Why?
The boilers, when they're constructed, are designed for a particular type of coal, and the boilers at Tolk and Harrington burned coal from these particular 3 coal vendors. There is Arch's Black Thunder Mine, Peabody's North Antelope Rochelle Mine, and Cloud Peak's Antelope Mine. Tolk also does burn Coal Creek coal, which is an Arch coal mine.
So they provide a certain type of coal?
That is correct. The boiler design runs most efficiently on a 8800 BTU product, low sulfur coal, and that's what's provided by these mines.
Do you think you get, what do they refer to that in economic speak? I'm trying to think. Economy of scale. Do you think that because Excel companies purchase coal from several different vendors, do you think that SPS benefits price and term wise from having that larger umbrella?
Yes, it does.
Or, is this all done, when you negotiate these things, is it all done just, on SPS's own dime?
The negotiation for coal that is supplied to currently Tolk Station and in the future for Tolk Station by TUCO is TUCO taking the lead on that. They handle all the negotiations between these coal providers. SPS does review after they have solicited a proposal, put together the information, and determined which is the most economic purchase and the order, tons, terms, etc. And then SPS will review that and find or make suggestions to make sure that we, number one, provide the most reasonable, least cost coal available, and number two, a reliability component, meaning we don't want all the coal coming from one particular mine. Should there be a failure, we can always go to a different mine to source that fuel.
And just for clarity of the record, Mr. Bromer, with regard to page 13 of your testimony, question posed at line 1, what's your expectation with regard to the contracts during the continuation period? And you reference Harrington and the conversion to natural gas by the end of 2024. Was that completed by the end of 2024?
We stopped burning coal by the end of 24. That is correct. Units 1 and 2, I believe, were completely converted to natural gas by the end of the year. And unit 3, I believe, is in the process of being converted.
And was there any coal left over?
There was no coal left on the ground.
Okay. So in the coal yard, no coal in the coal yard.
There was no coal, no usable coal left at the facility when we terminated burning coal at Harrington Station.
Okay. No, I guess I'm just wondering what would happen if there had been. Would you have moved it to Tolk?
I don't believe we contemplated that because we weren't going to have any coal left on the ground.
Okay.
From a logistics perspective, yes, you could have put it in trucks and hauled it down to Tolk Station, but we were very careful. This is not the first facility that we've shut down or converted to coal. So we set this up so deliveries and inventory matched what the coal burn was and matched that with the conversion of unit 1, the conversion of unit 2. We still had 3 online on coal, and we burned through all the coal, and the expectation was to have zero coal about midway through December. We actually went through about the 22nd or 25th, somewhere in that range on coal. And we were supplementing a little bit with natural gas, but the main objective was no usable coal left on the ground after 45 years of being online, and we met
Wow.
that objective.
Awesome. I just am interested in this. And I don't think it was SPS. I actually think it was another IOU. A few years ago, the question came up about fuel oil, and there had been some left over, and and there was a question about where did it go. So I'm just trying to satisfy that curiosity on what happens to the resource when it's no longer used at a particular facility. Sir, on page 17 of your testimony, and you're in section D, fluctuation of SPS coal costs, answering the question posed at line 13, what causes the fluctuation in coal costs? And you begin your answer from lines 14 to 17. Do you anticipate any potential legislative change that's already occurred, or potentially that might occur? I don't know if you've been listening or read the testimony of some of the other witnesses about production tax credit and other things that potentially might be affected with current legislation. And I wondered if there was any thought in that you were preparing for or contemplated that might affect these fluctuations in coal costs.
When you consider that question, you have to look at the expected life of the facility, which goes through the end of 2028. So about 3.5 years from now. Over that event horizon, we expect the coal prices to be relatively flat and stable. That's just based on the mine plans, the transportation, BNSF, capital expenditures, current personnel in place, and the expectation that with the current administration, there won't be significant changes to the mining process, any of the environmental permitting, et cetera, that is not currently in place, like I said, in the 3.5-year event horizon. So that does not discount that there won't be, because there are from time to time. And I think my attachment does show that that does occur. And then coal returns to a relatively flat and stable price after those particular episodic events.
Very, very nice segue, Mr. Romer. That's where I was going next, was to ask you about your attachment, and if you could just look at that. And I think for your counsel, you indicated that this is entitled Prompt Month PRB 8800 BTU. Dollar over ton. And perhaps you might just explain what that title means.
Okay, so prompt month, meaning we are purchasing for the prompt month. So we're in June. This would be prompt month coal for June. And it's broken down. You can't really see it on the data points, but it's actually by month. It's broken out by month. And that's the price of coal, free on board, FOB, mine, price per ton on average for an 8800 BTU product. That is Black Thunder, Antelope, and North Antelope Rochelle that I mentioned earlier. So the average price, and you can see that it typically through January 2019 was running in the $12.50, $13 range, trended down a little bit, but pretty much in that, let's say $12.75 plus or minus 50 cents range. Then when you got into the end of 2021, there was a spike. That was a result of coming out of COVID. The transportation companies, BNSF particularly, could not deliver the amount of coal that the utilities wanted to have available. The utilities were experiencing an uptick in demand and needed more fuel on the ground. Going into COVID, they had high stockpiles and didn't purchase very much coal, thus the very flat price going into COVID. There was a short time period, about 2 quarters worth, where the price spiked up over $35. That was a function of not enough personnel at the mines to dig it out of the ground, not enough transportation personnel to deliver it to the utilities. However, once those came back into sync, then you see the price of coal drop down. And by January of 23, it was back down to its normal. Now it's at $14 per ton, and it's relatively flat around that, plus or minus 50 cents. And that's just a function of ongoing business. Everything is normal again, and we expect that to occur. But from time to time, episodic events do occur. It was not in our plan that there was going to be a worldwide pandemic that was going to shut things down. So I did not have the $35 price on my bingo card.
Yeah, I think a lot of us didn't expect that. Is there any update from what you know now? Like now that we're in 2025, from this exhibit?
We expect it to be sub $15, probably a little more than 14. The major cost components have to do with explosives and labor costs at the mines. With the railroad, you've got steel, you've got labor costs. So they are pretty flat. If you see significant inflation, then that will trend up because inflation for wages, inflation for commodities, that will trend up a little bit.
Okay. Very well. I appreciate that explanation. Mr. Romer, that's all the questions that I have for you. Ms. Hopkins, any redirects for Mr. Romer?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lay, any questions based on my questions for Mr. Romer?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Romer, good to see you again. Appreciate your time, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I believe then SPS has another witness. Mr. Rosman. Ms. Hopkins, do you have that witness too?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. And give us just 1 minute while we switch them out.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hopkins, you have another witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. SPS calls SPS witness Craig Roseman to the stand.
Mr. Roseman?
Good morning, Mr. Roseman. Sorry, Allison. Would you go ahead and swear the witness, please?
Are you unmuted there?
Craig, if you look on your screen, there should be a microphone audio button. Use your mouse to toggle that on and off.
There you go.
There we go. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Allison, we swore Mr. Romer in, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hopkins.
Good morning, Mr. Romer, or not Romer, excuse me, Mr. Roseman. Please state your full name for the record.
Craig J. Roseman,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Excel Energy Services. I'm manager of gas supply.
Do you have in front of you a document that's been marked as Exhibit SPS 10?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
Direct testimony of Craig J. Roseman on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Does that testimony have any attachments?
It does.
Can you please identify those attachments?
Yes. Attachment CJR1, which is an example of a request for proposal for natural gas. CGR2, which is the winter supply deals we procured for November 2024 through March 2025. And then there is CGR3, which is a graph of the inside first of month Waha gas prices from July 2019 through June 2024.
Thank you. Was the testimony and attachments prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is the testimony and attachments true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to your testimony or attachments as we sit here today?
I do not.
And if we were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for admission of SPS Exhibit 10.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 10, Mr. Roseman's direct testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 10 is admitted. Excuse me. Ms. Hopkins.
SPS presents Mr. Roseman for cross.
Very well. Ms. Lang, any questions for Mr. Roseman?
Staff has no question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I see in your summary of your testimony and recommendation in this case that your testimony involves describing SPS's natural gas procurement policies and procedures and showing they are designed to ensure lowest reasonable cost, also demonstrating the variable nature of the costs recovered through the FPP, given the fluctuation of natural gas prices, particularly in the regions where SPS gas supply is sourced. That's your testimony, sir.
That is correct.
And As manager of gas supply, for Excel, your testimony indicates that you manage the day-to-day activities of gas acquisition, not just for SPS, but for Northern States Power Minnesota and Northern States Power Wisconsin operating companies of Excel, correct?
That is correct.
Is there another manager of gas supply for any of the other Excel companies?
Yes, there is a manager for our Public Service Colorado company.
Do y'all work together?
Yes, we do.
And similar to my question for Mr. Romer, I mean, is there an economy of scale? Or you know, do you get a better deal if you're buying gas? If both managers are interested, or
the gas is in different regions, so that really doesn't blend that much.
okay. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I wish we did.
Well, and I wondered, Minnesota and Wisconsin are part of the same region as SPS?
No, they are separate regions.
So then are you having to make the gas acquisitions for your different responsibilities from the same or different companies?
Sometimes the companies overlap because a lot of the suppliers are marketing gas in both jurisdictions and across the country. So you do see the same companies, maybe different traders.
Well, because there's so much activity in the Permian Basin, does SPS get its natural gas from some of those companies?
Yes.
Does it primarily get its gas from those companies?
Yeah, I would say so. There is some that gets transported from, other regions, the Rocky Mountain region in particular.
Sure. I want to look at your testimony on page 21. And you're answering the question posed at line 7. How does SPS ensure its transportation and storage contracts are reasonable? And you begin your answer on line 8 by saying, SPS uses a combination of firm and interruptible gas transportation and storage services and on-site standby fuel to meet the gas-fired generation needs of the system.
Yes.
Can you just clarify and explain for the record the difference between those two combinations of gas?
Firm transportation gives us a firm, uninterrupted flow path to provide fuel to power generating facilities. And interruptible transportation is just that, is it could be interrupted by different capacity constraints and things like that. We don't use interruptible transport very often, sometimes just short distances. And fuel oil is always kind of a backup if natural gas becomes constrained or interrupted.
Is interruptible gas transportation usually more expensive than firm transportation?
Oh, not necessarily. It could be. It generally is about the same.
Can you explain to me in what type of situation you might use interruptible versus firm transportation?
Oh, there's a possibility if there's a constrained flow path or pipeline maintenance, we may use interruptible transport to come from another location.
And which sort of leads me to your testimony on page 24. And the question posed at line 1, does SBS expect it will continue to experience volatility in the prices it will pay for natural gas for the foreseeable future? And you say yes, that you expect gas prices to remain volatile for the foreseeable future. And you go on to talk about the market conditions in the Permian Basin. And my understanding of this testimony is that the transportation of the Permian Basin gas is limited. Is that correct?
That I'm not 100% sure on, no.
Well, I just mean you talk about this new pipeline infrastructure at line 5, new pipeline infrastructure planned over the next 3 years to move growing production in the Permian Basin to markets in Mexico and along the Gulf Coast is expected to relieve constraints and reduce the negative basis differential to markets throughout the rest of the country. That's your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me what that means?
That means that as there's more infrastructures built, there is more takeaway for the gas supply of the production, and it should relieve some of these negative price situations, and where if there's any kind of pipeline upset or maintenance, the gas won't be as constrained because there's more takeaway out of the area.
And so that's kind of how I inartfully was looking at this, is they can't get the gas out that they're producing in the manner that they might like to currently, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And if they can't get that gas out, it seems like to me your testimony is saying this relieve constraint and reduce the negative basis differential, that if they can't move it out and they have to sell it, SPS is benefited by getting lower gas prices than it might otherwise get. Is that right?
Yes, that would be correct.
So you're thinking if there's more pipeline and they get they have the ability to get to different markets in other locations, potentially SPS is going to have to pay more for gas. Is that right?
Yes, that would be correct.
So while for the producers, new infrastructure is going to be a good thing, but perhaps for the purchasers of gas within the constrained area, it's not going to be as advantageous.
Yes, that would be correct. I don't think we'll see the stretches of negatively priced gas like we have unless there's a pipeline upset or something like that.
And just to clarify for the record, there actually were minus gas prices at particular points in time, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And that would indicate that gas was being off. They were going to pay you to take gas.
Yes, that is correct. And they did.
When's the last time that happened?
I'm not 100% positive, but I believe that we have had some of that even as in the last month with pipeline maintenance going on and stuff.
So do you have any update on this? You say new pipeline infrastructure over the next 3 years. Do you know whether or not your projection is still within this time frame?
I do not.
Further on down on page 24 of beginning at line 13, you refer to weather. And the role that weather contains in gas price volatility. What's the basis for your prediction about the potential impact of weather?
Well, generally, weather does affect gas prices, as we've experienced with the polar vortexes. That tends to drive prices up. It could create production interruptions. And same thing with summer cooling load. The power plants are burning a lot more natural gas these days. So that tends to have an effect on pricing.
Well, if I recall correctly, SPS's peak season is in the summer, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
So, well, let me ask, SPS was in effect impacted by what's been referred to as the winter storm Uri a few years ago.
Yes, that is correct.
Has SPS had any other winter event that's impacted it since then?
No, nothing of that caliber.
And has within this 4 year of the fuel continuation, the prior fuel continuation period, were there any significant summer events that impacted gas prices that you recall?
No, nothing that had any drastic price increases.
On the next page, when you're talking about the natural gas outlook generally. You indicate on line 10, you say net US exports in 2025 are expected to increase
Yes.
are those tariffed?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by tariffed.
Well, I just mean, see, tariffs seem to be in the news, and I wondered whether or not potentially there was a negative tariff placed on natural gas exports
Yeah, I'm not
or
sure. Oh, sorry.
imports.
I'm not sure about the SPS region as much. I don't think tariffs will affect that region
Why?
because we're not importing gas from other countries to supply SPS.
Okay. We have plenty of natural gas here
Yes.
for SPS to rely upon in its jurisdictional region in New Mexico and Texas.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you whether or not you had an update on price. You say line 13, page 25, January 2024, Henry Hub price average 3.18 MMBTU, then dropped to 149 MMBTU in March, with prices during February through April the lowest ever recorded. The second half of 2024 is projected as an average of 2.10 MMBTU. Did that pan out?
That was probably fairly accurate, yes.
Okay. And do you have anything for first quarter of this year?
I do not.
Do you know whether or not it was higher or lower?
It is a little bit higher than that, I do believe, but I don't have the exact number with me.
Okay. Ms. Hopkins, consider that a bench request. I would like to know first quarter average of that number.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of first quarter of 2025. Okay. Sir, you got to get those attachments a little bigger.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so your exhibit 1 is an RFP.
That's correct.
And just for explanation on the record, what is the WAHA or WAHA?
Waha is a area in Texas, a supply area that we source gas from for the power plants.
For SPS specifically?
Yes.
Thank you. Your attachment 2
Yes.
is entitled Current Term Gas Contracts and you have 18. Are these all for SPS?
Yes, they are.
And it looks like they've all expired.
Yes, this was our winter term that just ended at the end of March.
And I'm assuming you have new ones?
Yes, that is correct.
And through what time period are those?
Those would be April 1st of 25 through October 31st of 25.
So these are done on a 6-month basis.
Yeah, it's split into a winter summer. So winter is generally the 5 months and then 7 months in the summer.
And do you know whether or not you have contracts with these same suppliers?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but I could generally assume that they are probably the same suppliers.
I mean, do you usually, is that the way this works? I mean, do you usually see the same or similar companies that make these bids?
Yeah, for the most part, I would say so.
And are the terms and conditions for every one of these contracts the same?
Yes, they're all governed by a standard NASB contract.
Okay. And then looking at your attachment 3, is entitled in the left-hand corner, a monthly Waha indices, I think. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And then it also says entitled Inside FERC First Month of Waha Gas Index, July 2019 through June of 2024. So tell me what this shows me.
This will show you the fluctuation in the first of the month price settlement for the Waha pricing point is reported by Platts Inside FERC. That's a monthly publication. So like our term deals that we have, like the deals that are on CGR2 are generally all priced off of first of the month. So you have that same price on those deals for the whole month.
So all of the generators who need natural gas get the same information.
That's correct.
So if everybody sees what the first of the month price is there very much to negotiate in those contracts?
Yeah, there is. There's premiums and discounts to the index price, and you generally don't know what the index is. The index price posts within a day or two of the new month. So like the June pricing didn't get published until like June 2nd or 3rd. So you don't know the exact, you have a guess of it, but not the exact.
But it seems like this would be pretty helpful.
Yeah, it is helpful and we monitor the marketplace through electronic trading platforms and such.
I guess through I guess through SPP, if all of a sudden there was this really great price that was lower than your term contract prices, you could take advantage of, right?
Yes, through monthly spot deals and daily deals.
Do these term gas contracts usually have an obligation that SPS is going to buy a certain quantity of natural gas?
Yes, I do.
Are there penalties if you don't?
There can be, yes.
Does that happen?
I can't recall one happening in several years, I don't think.
Okay, so even if there was this really good deal to make some kind of spot buy, and if it was for a period of time, you still would have to consider your obligations for the term contracts, right?
Yes, definitely. That's all governed by the NASB contract.
Okay. Very well, sir. That's all the questions that I had for you. Ms. Hopkins, any redirect on my question?
Oh, Your Honor.
Ms. Lay, any questions from staff based upon my questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I have just one. Mr. Roseman, Mr. Roseman, good morning. Thank you for your time. I just have a question about tariffs, actually. You just in answering the hearing examiner's question, you said there would be no effect on the gas supplies because we have a lot of gas, and I am referring to page 8 of your testimony, lines 3 to 7. You answer to the question, yes, as explained, SPS contracts for term gas, spot gas, and for gas transportation and storage. Do you see that?
Which page is that? 3?
8.
8, okay. 8, line 3. Yes.
So, and then line 6 is you answer the question on line 3. And do you see that?
Yes.
What about distribution? Does SPS own the distribution lines?
We do not.
Okay. So how does that work? If you contract with, you don't own the distribution lines and you don't contract, so how does that, as a practical matter?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, we contract for transportation space on various pipelines, and we purchase the gas at supply points.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if are you talking about from the wellhead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, from the wellhead, we do not own they're called gathering lines that go from the wellhead to supply points on the pipe, or the pipeline interconnects with various supply areas or fields. And we do not own any of the gathering lines. We just take space out on the interstate pipelines to move the gas to the power plants.
Okay. You would agree that steel is a huge factor in pipelines, correct?
Correct.
Considering that there's a 50% tariff on steels now, and considering that China is the largest manufacturer of steel, would you say that it would be fair that it could affect prices if your contractors who own the steel lines find it necessary to do so, to raise the rates?
I couldn't really answer to what effect the tariffs will have on pipelines' ability to put in new pipe.
So it's not really that there wouldn't be an effect, you just can't answer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Mr. Roseman, appreciate your time, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Hopkins, any more witnesses for SPS?
No, Your Honor, we do have Mr. Cecil, who you excused earlier or were considering excusing earlier. I would offer his testimony for admission at this time, unless you would like to call him.
Ms. Lang, is staff going to have any questions for Mr. Cecil?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Ms. Hopkins, wouldn't you identify the testimony?
Yes, this is the direct testimony of Levi J. Cecil, Exhibit SPS 11.
And Mr. Cecil's testimony identified as SPS Exhibit 11 was placed in the Dropbox.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the complete copy was placed in the Dropbox.
Yes, Your Honor.
Including his verification.
I believe that is correct. I can have someone check that live for me, but it should be yes.
Okay. Any objection to what has been identified as SPS Exhibit 11, the direct testimony of Levi J. Cecil? Since no one has questions for the witness and I've reviewed his testimony, I believe I understand it, and I have no questions, I will admit SPS Exhibit 11 without the necessity of having Mr. Cecil appear if there's no objection. And hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 11 is admitted. Anything further from SPS?
No, Your Honor.
Very well, thank you. I think now might be the appropriate time for us to take our morning recess. I have that it's 10:24, so let's come back at 10:34. We'll take a 10-minute recess, and I believe based upon SPS's memo, actually I don't see it in the memo, but I see that based on cross-examination order, I see that OPL's witness, and I see he's ready. He's in the waiting room. So we'll begin after the recess with OPL's testimony. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to recess. Remember, you're on the YouTube. How are we doing, Allison?
Ready when you are.
Okay, great. Well, let's go back on our record. We're back from our morning recess. And I did find the witness order. uh, and I believe Mr. McMillan, there you are. Good morning, sir. You have a witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Michael McMillan for OPL. OPL would like to call Jonathan Lee to the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. Welcome.
Oh, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Allison, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Lee, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Lee. Could you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Jonathan Lee. I am an associate at J. Pollock Incorporated.
And, pardon me. And Mr. Lee, did you file direct testimony, work papers to your direct testimony, and testimony in support of the non-unanimous stipulation in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have copies in front of you of the documents that have been marked as OPL Exhibits 1, 1A, and 2?
I do.
Can you identify those exhibits and, for the record, state what they are named?
Yes, so OPL Exhibit number 1 is titled The Direct Testimony of Jonathan Lee on behalf of Occidental Permian Limited. OPL Exhibit number 1A is my work papers supporting that direct testimony. And OPL Exhibit number 2 is the testimony in support of a comprehensive stipulation of Jonathan Lee on behalf of Occidental Permian Limited.
And were those documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Are the documents that have been marked as OPL Exhibits 1, 1A, and 2 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections that you would like to make to those documents before testifying about them today?
No, not at this time.
And with respect to the testimony, OPL Exhibits 1 and 2, if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I offer OPL Exhibits 1, 1A, and 2.
Mr. McMillan, the true and correct copies of OPL 1, 1A, and 2 were placed in the Dropbox?
Yes, Your Honor, that's my understanding.
Mr. Lee, the appendices that were attached to your direct testimony were prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes, that's correct.
Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 1, Mr. Lee's direct testimony as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 1 is admitted. Any objection to what has been identified as OPL Exhibit 1A, Mr. Lee's work papers as verified by him here today? Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 1A is admitted. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 2, Mr. Lee's testimony in support of the comprehensive stipulation verified by Mr. Lee here today? Hearing no objection, let me make sure Mr. Elliott, who was out, is now in.
I am, thank you.
There you go.
Internet connection issues, sorry.
Okay. Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. McMillan.
Your Honor, OPL presents Mr. Lee for cross.
Very well. As previously indicated, all parties except staff, I believe, have waived cross-examination for Mr. Lee. Ms. Lane, questions for Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, sir.
It's good to be back, Your Honor.
And you know me, I have a few questions for you.
Yes, of course.
And I realized that, yes, there was a stipulation in between your direct and your testimony in support of your direct. But is it fair for me to characterize your direct testimony, at least with regard to the other issues, and by that I mean not the continuation of the fuel clause issues. My reading is that you appeared to be well, go ahead and use the word vehemently opposed to what SPS was proposing. Is that a correct characterization?
I'm not sure I'd agree with the word vehement.
Okay.
I will say that might be applicable in the matter of the off-system sales margins, at least in my direct testimony. But on the matter of the tax credits, I believe that was more of a wait and see approach. I do recommend denying their treatment in this proceeding, but I think I stopped short of issuing like an absolute rejection of their stance, and I recommended that they were more appropriately considered in their upcoming rate case.
Okay. Well, you seem to go on a bit about piecemeal rate making.
Right. Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
And specifically, what I would consider to be impermissible piecemeal rate making, right?
In that sense, yes, I do agree that vehement might be a better word if we're just talking about whether or not they should be considered in this proceeding.
Well, how do you explain or reconcile your direct position on piecemeal rate making with what was agreed to in the non-unanimous stipulation?
Yeah, so I believe that a lot of the, I guess, the concerns that OPL had with piecemeal rate making were successfully deferred until the rate case. I would point to the allocation of the tax credits um, among the rate classes, as well as the return on the deferred tax asset. I think those are two key issues in which the parties came to an agreement as to how we could, kind of effectuate treatment in the fuel proceeding, but defer some of the major issues and concerns that we had to a rate case proceeding for a more holistic review.
And any concerns that you may have had with the 3 recovery methods for the new renewable projects, that being through the Fppcac, through the renewable rider, or and then potentially in a future rate case, are those concerns assuaged now by this resolution that you all have come up with?
Largely, I believe that those concerns are largely assuaged, as you've said. It's my understanding that there's an ongoing proceeding in the RPS rider concerning the recovery of those solar costs. So that is still one loose thread. But as far as the Fppcac is concerned, I think that those tax credits will be appropriately addressed in the rate case.
I don't know if you were listening or not, but I did wonder. Let's let Mr. Elliott back in. Hey, Mr. Elliott, are you back?
I am. I'm sorry for the interruptions.
Okay. Oh, lost that thought. Got it back. I don't know if you were listening or not, but I asked Ms. Trammell about potential pending legislation on a national level, and if the tax credit issues or possibilities were taken away, whether or not SPS would continue with the projects. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I will admit it's been a long while since that line of questioning, but I do recall that.
And she told me no, that they needed if I recall the testimony correctly, that they needed the projects for capacity and would go forward with them, even if the tax credit distribution to ratepayers was no longer available. Did you hear that answer?
Yes, I did remember that response.
Does that give you any pause that you might be paying more? Your client might be paying more if the tax credits issue or availability goes away?
I had not contemplated that as part of our review at the time that this settlement was reached.
So they need to hire you down the road if that happens in the rate case.
Repeat business is a key part of our model.
Okay, very well. In looking at the the stipulation itself. I'm going to pull that up for you.
Great. I appreciate that.
Um, I'm not going to pull it up from InfoShare. I'm actually going to pull it up from an exhibit that I have not admitted, but just ignore that sticker and I will represent to you that this is the comprehensive non-unanimous stipulation that was signed. Are you familiar with this document, sir?
I am.
And for the record, as I guess is it, why don't you tell me the sections of the stipulation that you that were most important to your client?
Yeah, so we were most concerned with the allocation of the PTCs, whether they be allocated on a demand basis as recommended by um, SPS or on energy basis, which is kind of consistent with previous treatment of PTCs as well as the structure of the PTC as a whole. That was a key issue as part of the settlement. We also did have some concerns about the transferability of the tax credits if they were unused, whether they could be monetized by being sold or included in a deferred tax asset and the rate at which they would earn a return. On that matter, we disagreed with the inclusion of a deferred tax asset in the FPPCAC, and I were satisfied to negotiate that it would be included in base rates with a return yet to be determined. The final issue that
So wait just 1 second. So
Yes, of
so
course.
you didn't want it to automatically be granted in this case with the carrying cost at the weighted average cost of capital?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and I believe the final issue that was of relevance to us in this stipulation was the off-system sales margin. We recommended a rejection of their SPS's request to retain those off-system sales margins in this proceeding for those resources. And we reached a settlement agreement in which they would be allowed to keep those margins for the newly approved resources on their system until rate recovery begins.
And with regard to the last point of, and I have up here on the screen the section 1.2, section 1.4 off-system sales margins. Whereas you have indicated the signatories agree SPS will retain off-system sales margins for the self-built projects as well as Cunningham 1, capital B, capital E, capital S, and Wildcat, capital B, capital E, capital S, long-term purchase power agreement until cost of each project commences. SPS may propose terms regarding off-system sales margins in its next general rate case, and signatories are free to assert any position in that case. So basically then, Mr. Lee, this was a concession that for whatever time period between the commercial operation date and I guess a final order from the commission in a rate case, that SPS gets to keep 100% of the off-system sales margins, correct?
That's correct.
So that was a concession on OPL's part, right?
Right.
Now, I don't know if you heard, but I was asking Ms. Trammell about whether or not SPS, what they might propose in the next rate case and what it would apply to. Did you hear us talking about that?
I do recall that discussion.
Okay. And do you recall what her answer was?
Not specifically, unfortunately.
I believe that Ms. Trammell indicated that the proposal would be a sharing going forward with any of, I guess, the applicable generation projects. Do you recall that or no?
I vaguely recall that.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't remember her specific phrasing about the future request.
And so I guess I'll ask it this way. If SPS does not propose any off-system sales margins in its next general rate case, then it's just going to keep that 100%, right?
My understanding is that this is phrased such that they're only allowed to retain those off-system sales margins until cost recovery begins. So there is, I guess, an end date or an expiration for this retention period.
Okay. If SPS did not propose any off-system sales margins proposals in its next general rate case, then what do you believe would be the policy to apply to these particular generation
I believe
renewables?
that, yeah, sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
I believe that the off-system sales margins would flow 100% to customers in that case. That's kind of consistent with how off-system sales margins from existing resources are currently treated. And my understanding of this request was that it was specifically brought up in this proceeding and is only being, I guess, decided upon in this stipulation.
If SPS proposes the 90-10, I mean, do you anticipate that's what their proposal is going to be in the next rate case?
I had an inkling that might be the case.
Are you are you familiar or with fuel and purchase power clauses for the other IOUs in New Mexico?
I can't say I am. I've worked mainly, if not exclusively, with SPS in the New Mexico jurisdiction.
Do you know with regard to other utilities, either in New Mexico or in other jurisdictions, whether or not uh, there is a typical or customary uh, policy with regard to off-system sales sharing?
I I am aware that in Texas, there are some utilities, SPS included, which permit off-system sales margin sharing, but I'm not sure if that's enshrined in any statute or rule.
Your testimony on page 17 of your direct, the question posed at line 1, have there been any significant changes in the SPPIM or SPP's or SPS's resource mix since the final order was issued in case number 23-00252 UT that should cause the commission to reconsider its decision? And you begin your answer on line 5 on page 17, and you say no, that there haven't been. Based upon that testimony and your interpretation and position, in opposition to the off-system sales sharing, is it fair to say that if OPL is in the rate case, you're going to maintain that position?
I think it would be fair to say that.
Your testimony in support of the stipulation is a little lean, Mr. Lee. You didn't have as much to say.
Yeah, that's definitely fair to say.
But as far as you're concerned, the issues that OPL had were resolved sufficiently to allow you to support the stipulation, right?
That's right. A lot of the issues that we were concerned with were successfully deferred until the next rate case. That said, I do acknowledge that we made some concessions in order to effectuate the stipulation.
Okay. No, in your testimony, looking at page 3 of your testimony, it's part of the stipulation where you're talking about the transition costs necessary to monetize. This is at beginning at line 5, subject to the 10% of the nominal cap. And prudence review, that was a win, right?
I think that's actually an example of a concession that OPL specifically made. We did have some hesitation about where that 10% value came from, but we acknowledged that other parties in SPS were in support of that term.
So that provided other parties' knowledge to support the 10% cap was enough to convince you that there was a basis behind it.
Right, yeah. It essentially, I guess, gave us a point of reference that was something that we could agree to.
Okay. Okay, so primarily the PTCs and the off-system sales.
Right, yeah. I'd say that those were our key issues in this proceeding.
Okay. And you didn't have any issues with regard to the granting the continuation of the FPPCAC for another 4 years?
No, we did not take any issue with that.
Did you review any of the SPS testimony or documentation with an eye toward whether or not compliance had been met?
I did review the various SPS witnesses' testimonies on those matters. There was nothing that raised concern about whether or not the FPPCAC might be, I guess, invalid or not worth renewing or permitting for an additional 4 years.
Okay. Very well. Thank you, sir. Those are the questions that I had with regard to your testimony.
Thank
Mr.
you for your time today.
McMillan, any redirect for your witness?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Ms. Lang, any more questions for Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, thank you again, sir. You're excused.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Mr. McMillan, anything further from OPL?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you. I believe Mr. Rushoff, that the large customer group has a witness.
That's correct. And I believe Miss Higgins should be in the waiting room. Do you see her in there?
I will try to find that button. She was a few minutes ago. There she is. Okay. Let's unshare that. Okay. Okay, there we go. Good morning, Miss Higgins.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Allison, would you please swear the witness?
Ms. Higgins, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Higgins.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Courtney M. Higgins.
And with whom are you employed and what is your title?
I am an associate principal at Energy Strategies.
Okay, and do you have with you, before you, copies of the documents that have been marked NMLCG Exhibit number 1 and NMLCG Exhibit number 2?
Yes, I do.
And could you please identify both of those documents?
Yes. NMLCG-1 is the direct testimony and attachment of Courtney M. Higgins submitted on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Okay, and NMLCG 2?
That is the testimony in support of comprehensive non-unanimous stipulation of Courtney M. Higgins submitted on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Okay, and do you have corrections to either of those exhibits?
No, I don't.
Okay, and if we were to ask you the questions presented in those documents today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And those answers are true and correct to the best of your knowledge. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Hearing Examiner Hurst, the New Mexico Large Customer Group would now move for admission of NMLCG Exhibit 1 and NMLCG Exhibit 2.
Miss Higgins, you have some attachments to your direct testimony?
I do. I have one attachment, which is CMH-1.
And what is that attachment?
That is a compilation of the interrogatories provided by SPS that I referred to in my direct testimony.
It seems to be a document that is 7 pages. And I'm having, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm having some confusion because at the top of page 1, it says question number NMLCG 1-3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on the page 2, you have question number NMLCG 1-4.
Yes.
Correct?
Right.
But then and then on page 3, you have NMLCG 1-5.
Yes. Right.
But then you go to page 5. You have included a question that's entitled OPL 1-2.
Right.
So your attachment consists of not only interrogatories that were propounded by New Mexico Large Customer Group, but also OPL interrogatories, correct?
That's correct.
Can you verify that documents, that interrogatories propounded by other parties are complete and accurate?
So these are responses provided by SPS. So they're provided for reference purposes since I referred to these specific responses in my direct testimony. They are correct representations of SPS's responses to these interrogatories.
And there's no other parts or subparts or pages that were attached to the response.
I'm not aware that there are other pages to these specific responses, although I will say that sometimes for ease of exposition, for example, if I'm referring just to a narrative response to a discovery request in my testimony, as a general practice, I may not always include exhaustive attachments if I don't feel that those are necessary to support the opinion in my testimony. In this particular case, I'm not aware of extra pages to these responses.
Is there any objection to what's been identified as Ms. Higgins' direct testimony as verified by her here today and as put forth in the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS gets all the exhibits. NMLCG Exhibit 1 is admitted. Mr. Rushoff, did you already ask for 2 also?
I did.
Okay, let me get it.
Yes, and for completeness of the record, I would again move for the admission of NMLCG exhibit number 2.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as NMLCG 2, the testimony in support of the non-unanimous stipulation of Ms. Higgins as verified by her here today? Hearing no objection, NMLCG Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Rushoff.
Yes, and with that, Ms. Higgins is available for examination.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lane, staff have questions for Ms. Higgins.
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions for you, Ms. Higgins. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you've been here before, correct?
I have once appeared in a case before this commission in the long-term purchase power proceeding.
Mm-hmm. But it says you also assisted in the preparation of filings for NMLCG in the last 3 rate cases, correct?
Correct.
And just as I asked Mr. Lee, and I will get to share back. If I could characterize your testimony, your direct testimony in this case, again, prior to the stipulation, you had several issues with SPS's proposal in this case, correct?
Correct.
And one of the issues that you did not have with them was whether or not the fuel and purchase power clause should be continued, correct?
Right. I did not take issue with the continuation of the fuel clause.
And in not taking issue with it, did you review SPS's testimony and filings with regard to whether or not the FPP CAC rules and statutory requirements were met?
I did briefly review that testimony.
So do you feel comfortable in saying then that you think that the requirements were met and the continuation should be approved?
Since that was not the primary focus of my testimony or review, I would not say that although that wasn't part of my direct testimony, I am comfortable with the continuation of the fuel clause as part of the overall settlement package.
And in your direct testimony, one of the major disagreements that you had with SPS, and it's actually, I'll just start there since it's on the screen, was NMLCG was opposed to the off-system sales margin proposal, correct?
That's correct.
And so section 1.4 of the stipulation and the agreement to allow them to allow SPS to keep any off-system sales margins until cost recovery of the project specifically says until cost recovery of each project commences. So that was a concession on your part, right?
It was. So in my direct testimony, I opposed SPS's proposal to retain off-system sales margins until cost recovery commences, as well as its proposal to retain 10% of those margins after cost recovery commenced on an ongoing basis.
So then basically by the agreement that was put forth in the stipulation, that was a compromise?
It was a compromise. So this recognizes that SPS during the time after these projects go into service, but before cost recovery has begun, that SPS is essentially foregoing some of its revenue requirement recovery as part of regulatory lag. And it also recognizes that there is a benefit to customers for having these projects on the system. It also, this term does not approve SPS's original proposal to retain 10% of those margins on an ongoing basis. So this overall provision provides a balanced outcome.
And would you classify that particular issue as your main issue?
It was one of my primary issues. I also had a number of issues that I raised with regard to the production tax credits and the retention of those credits before cost recovery begins, as well as the treatment of the investment tax credit.
But unlike some of the other parties who were saying that there should be treated in a, I don't know how to phrase it, but I saw your testimony as being more favorable to what SPS was proposing than some of the others. Would you agree with that?
There were a number of issues that I did not disagree with SPS on. One of those was passing the PTC benefits through the fuel clause. I also did not take issue with their the general proposition that a deferred tax asset would be created if those tax credits were passed through before they were monetized by SPS. So on a couple of issues, I did not oppose SPS's proposals. And then on several issues, I did oppose their proposals. So,
and I was actually referring to the to your position on the deferred tax asset, but and in your testimony in support of the stipulation, I think that you point out, for example, on page 4, you're answering the question posed at page 3. Please explain how the stipulation resolves the issues you raised in your direct testimony relating to the SPS retaining tax credits. And on page 4, at line 5, you say the stipulation provides SPS will be permitted to retain the production tax credits, or PTCs, associated with the solar self-build until the cost recovery begins, limited to a maximum of 1 year following each project's commercial operation date. The limitation is consistent with my recommendation. So that's a win, right?
yes, this was consistent with my recommendation. to limit the duration over which SPS would be permitted to retain PTCs.
Right, right. Yeah, you go on at line 13, and provision alleviates my concern. That could have resulted in retaining a disproportionate share before cost recovery begins.
Right. So
Right.
that pertains to the ITC benefits that SPS was proposing to amortize over 5 years.
And then further, on page 5, in answer to the question regarding the passing the PTCs through the customers according to the stipulation, you supported using the FPPCAC, correct?
I did.
And it was a little unclear to me on page 5 of your direct testimony, the bullet point at 11, I do not oppose in concept using a production demand allocator for the tax credits, provided that this approach aligns with the allocator used for the underlying resource.
Right. So, oh, go ahead.
Well, does that mean that yes, you supported the 12CP methodology? Or not, or you supported the SPF's methodology?
Well, as a general proposition, I believe it's reasonable to allocate these tax credits consistent with the allocation used for the underlying resource. The allocation for those resources has not been determined yet. So provided that the allocation of the solar resources is done on a demand basis, I would not oppose allocating the PTCs consistent with that method.
Okay. And again, looking at page 5 of your stipulation testimony, moving on down through the bottom part of that testimony, that seems to support your positions that you took. In your direct case, right?
That's correct. So it's my understanding that a jurisdictional allocation method needed to be determined in this case for SPS's accounting purposes with regard to the PTCs. So the stipulation does set forth that that will be done on a 12CP basis, but the allocation method for New Mexico classes will be determined in a future proceeding.
And I wanted to ask you about your testimony on page 7. Since you have a familiarity with some of the past rate cases, were you also familiar with the CCN case for Hill and Sagamore? The wind facilities in case number 17-00044-UT?
I did review the order in that case as part of my preparation for my testimony in this case.
And Well, let's go ahead and ask you. Your testimony on page 7, you're responding to the question at line 5. Does this mean that the value of the PTCs that are credited to customers will be automatically reduced by 10% indefinitely? You begin your answer on line 8 saying no, and then you give in your explanation. And I'd like to focus where you begin in line 12. In the future, if the company is in a position to directly utilize tax credits to reduce its own tax liability, then I recommend that the company pursue that option rather than selling tax credits at a discount relative to their full value. That's
yes,
your
that's correct.
testimony?
Yes.
And I guess I'm just, just trying to find out. It appears to me that potentially those tax credits associated with Hill and Sagamore are just sitting because of SPS's and perhaps Excel's tax position that they can't be used. Do you know whether or not that's correct?
I believe that in the last general rate case, in the 2022 general rate case, there was a significant deferred tax asset associated with the Hale and Sagamore PTCs. I know there's also an adjustment that gets made to that asset as part of the stipulation in that CCN proceeding, I believe, which it adjusts the deferred tax asset for the portion of PTCs associated with Hale and Sagamore that SPS was allowed to retain as part of that stipulation. So it means that customers aren't being charged a return on a deferred tax asset for which they did not receive the benefit. I'm not aware of what the current balance is on that deferred tax asset, nor do I know when SPS might be in a position to utilize those tax credits in the future.
And I appreciate that. I just have some trepidation when it comes to ADIT, which isn't involved here. I used to kid about giving me nightmares, but I have some trepidation about deferred tax assets, and wondering if they just become, they have a life of their own and they're never going to go away. And I wondered maybe if you had some trepidation about that might happen with these deferred tax assets.
Well, I believe that with the ability to transfer tax assets under the Inflation Reduction Act, that SPS should be pursuing the sale of those tax credits and avoid accumulating a deferred tax asset unnecessarily. So on a going forward basis, I believe it is incumbent on the utility to be limiting the accumulation of that deferred tax asset.
And I see on page 9 of your testimony, you say beginning at line 2, as part of the examination, I recommend they be prepared to demonstrate that they're pursuing prompt transfer of the credits, thus avoiding the unnecessary accumulation of a DTA balance. But you really believe that there's going to be a market for these credits if they're available?
I don't dispute SPS's representation that there is a robust market for these tax credits.
I don't know if you heard or not. I was wondering if they were going to be, when they were first posed, that RECs, renewable energy certificates, were supposed they were going to be this big money maker. If companies weren't able to meet the renewable portfolio standards, and then I just don't think it turned out that way. Do you recall that that reference, and do you agree with that or not?
My hope would be that since these tax credits could be utilized by companies across industries, to the extent that they have a tax liability, that there would be a broader market base for those tax credits than there was for RECs. But I guess it's yet to be seen how successful that market is.
And I think you make a good point, and we can clarify for the record. These credits aren't just limited to being purchased from other utility or generation companies, correct?
That's my understanding.
Do you think that there's any point at which generating utilities either choosing or being forced to sell products or commodities that aren't related to their original purpose under the regulatory compact is going to be negative or have a negative impact on their ability to provide safe, reliable service at just and reasonable rates?
Do you mean that engaging in this tax credit transfer market is outside the potentially outside the core utility function? Is that what you're referring to? I just want to understand your question.
Yeah, I am actually. And when you add in that, the requirements, which I realize are legal requirements, but the energy efficiency requirements, you're basically trying to make utilities sell less of their product, or you're making them with the renewable and Energy Transition Act requirements, you're making them, rather than rely on their traditional generation plant, you're making them include solar and wind and battery and all these things that seem to stray from the ultimate purpose. And I'm wondering if you think that there's ever going to be a tipping point that that's going to negatively impact your client and the rest of the ratepayers.
There are certainly many complexities that utilities face, and I appreciate that the challenges that come along with regulating the utilities operations in an increasingly complex environment. And so I think as the situation evolves, we have to be prepared to evaluate how the utility is performing with regard to both its, its core operations, but also it has a responsibility to manage its costs in a way that minimize those ultimate costs to customers. So part of its, the utility engaging in the sale of these tax credits ultimately, I believe, will benefit customers so long as those sales are reasonable, because the utility itself cannot personally utilize those tax credits. So, in that sense, it is part of the utility's responsibility. But certainly it makes my job interesting, because there are always changes and things to educate myself about.
And I appreciate you not really answering my question. Normally I wouldn't say that, but no, I realize that, I'm kind of putting you on the spot there, but, it just seems like that more and more demands are being placed on the utilities. And, and I just wonder from the consideration of one of its ratepayers, what the perspective might be, and I respect your answer. I did want to ask you, because I honestly do not remember. Is Occidental, not Occidental, the are any of the participants in the New Mexico large customer group, do they take service under this large general service transmission?
I believe so.
But I don't see that y'all agreed to this section.
This specific provision was not one that NMLCG joined as part of the stipulation.
Could it potentially benefit you?
I have not conducted an analysis of how these time of use rates might impact members of our group.
Did you read any of the other testimony with regard to this issue that seemed to claim that there could be a negative shifting of cost to other ratepayer groups that that might be an issue?
I actually am not familiar with
Okay.
testimony to that effect.
Okay. That's fair. That's all the questions that I have for you. Ms. Higgins, I appreciate your time. Mr. Rushoff, any redirect for your witness?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Ms. Lang, any questions based on my questions?
Staff has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. Thank you, Ms. Higgins. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Rushoff, anything further from New Mexico Large Customer Group?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Very well. Well, go off the record a second, Allison. Are you good for a little while longer? Should we take our lunch now?
I'm fine to keep going. It's whatever you
Okay.
prefer.
I think we could probably, unless there's an objection, I think we probably could get one more witness in, depending on whether or not staff has questions. Because I just have a few. And so if no one is speaking up, let's go back on the record then, Allison. Brief inquiry was made off the record about whether we should pause for lunch or go with the next witness. And we're going to go ahead and call our next witness. And I believe, Ms. Drake, you have a witness.
I do, ma'am. LES would call Michael Gorman, and I believe he's in your waiting room.
I've got something called BAI Library.
That should be it.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see who pops up out of the BAI Library. There he is. Hello there. Gonna have to unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Allison, would you please swear Mr. Gorman in? And
We
if
have-
you've got your YouTube on, you're gonna have to get rid of that because we're gonna get a feedback.
My words exactly. Mr. Gorman, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Drake.
Good morning. Mr. Gorman, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Michael Gorman.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Brubaker and Associates BAI as a managing principal.
Okay, and on whose behalf are you testifying here today?
Behalf of the federal executive agencies and Louisiana Energy Services.
Okay, and we're going to take your exhibits one at a time. So do you have in front of you the document labeled FEA-LES Exhibit 1 corrected?
I do, yes.
Okay, and can you identify what that is?
That is my direct testimony in this case.
And was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was, yes.
Okay, and it looks like from the title that this exhibit contains corrections to your direct testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, could you please identify the corrections for us and point us to the page numbers and line numbers that those corrections are on?
Yeah, the two sets of corrections. The first one is on page 3, under lines 13 through 17. I correct some typographical errors. And the second group of corrections is on page 6, lines 10 through 13, also correcting typographical errors.
Okay,
There's
and
no substance changes to the testimony.
okay, that was my next question. Do any of these corrections change the substance of your testimony or the positions you take on behalf of FEA and LES?
They do not.
Okay, so they were just corrections to correct some errors in the text of the testimony?
That's correct.
Okay, and if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same as they are in the corrected testimony?
Yes,
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
they are.
Okay, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for admission of FEA LES Exhibit 1 corrected.
Mr. Gorman, you have attachments, an exhibit to your testimony, MPG-1.
There was no exhibit referenced in that testimony, no.
With the direct testimony, I believe we did have an exhibit MPG-1.
It appears to be an interrogatory, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. It's entitled question number FEA 2-2.
Yeah, that is attached to the corrected version. The testimony was not listed in the index of that testimony. But it
You want
is
it?
appears to be a response to a discovery request from the company.
Are you familiar with it?
It does outline my understanding of how SPS is generating resources are dispatched and how the energy costs are managed based on that dispatch of its generating resources.
Do you know whether or not this is a complete answer to the interrogatory?
It appears to be yes.
Any objection to what's been identified as FEA LES Exhibit 1, Mr. Gorman's direct testimony as corrected and entered into the Dropbox yesterday, excuse me, afternoon? Hearing no objection, FEA LES Exhibit 1 will be admitted. Ms. Drake?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gorman, do you have in front of you the document labeled FEA-LES Exhibit 2?
I do, yes.
And can you identify for us what is that exhibit?
It is my testimony in support of stipulation in this case.
And was that exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do not, no.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would, yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for admission of FEA LES Exhibit 2.
Any objection to what's been identified as FEA LES Exhibit 2, Mr. Gorman's testimony in support of stipulation? Hearing no objection, FEA LES Exhibit 2 is admitted. Ms. Drake?
Ma'am, I would pass the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lang, any questions on behalf of staff for Mr. Gorman?
Staff has no questions for Mr. Gorman. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr. Gorman. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
The foundation, or what I believe to be the foundation of the case, whether or not the Fppcac should be continued, you did not oppose, correct, sir?
I did not oppose. That's correct.
And in making that determination, did you review the testimony of SPS and its filings to determine whether or not compliance had occurred with the rule and statutory requirements?
Yes.
Did you find anything aberrant or incorrect in that information that you reviewed?
No.
You made suggestions with regard in your direct testimony with regard to how you believed the Fppcac structure could be improved, correct?
Correct.
And so I've got it up on the screen. Okay, so just in case you don't have it, it should be up on the screen there. One of the suggestions that you testified to about, and what I've got up here is the stipulation, is I believe addressed in section 2.2, time of use pilot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this inclusion if one has a win, loss, and compromise column, I put this in your win column. Do you?
Well, it's an agreement by SPS to propose a pilot program in their next rate case. And from that standpoint, it is consistent with what I recommended in this case, yes. But the commission hasn't yet approved the pilot program, so it's still a proposal, and the merits and benefits of that proposal have to be justified, and hopefully will at some point be approved by the commission.
Well, I recommended it before, didn't I? In the last Fppcac that it be proposed in the rate case, right?
Yes,
So, I mean, we're taking steps here, aren't we?
we are, based on the last rate case, we started a workshop to evaluate the merits of a time of use pricing structure. And one of the findings of the workshop is there is a lack of information to truly understand the complexities and the potential benefits of time of use pricing. A pilot program will help produce some of that information that was not available in the workshop, more accurately evaluate the potential benefits and the cost of offering a fuel adjustment mechanism tied to time of use pricing principles.
So I guess the explanation for not having moved forward before that seemed to be primary to me, I think from SPS, is the lack of technology to capture the information. You think that's fair?
The technology for certain rate classes, that's true, not for the large LGS customers. That metering infrastructure is already in place.
And at least for the other types of ratepayer classes that you just referred to, with the acceptance and implementation of the advanced meters, that's going forward, right?
Yes, it's my understanding, yes.
So strides have occurred on that front, and now it sounds as if other types of information, particularly related to the LGST ratepayer class, could potentially be evaluated in the pilot, right?
Yes.
So while it might not be as far, Mr. Gordman, as you might have hoped, I'm thinking that you're supportive of the provision as opposed to not having it, right?
Yes, we are. It's a complicated issue that requires an administrative process on SPS's part, the ability to understand how they're going to tie the time of use pricing structures and periods, and as well as how they're going to meter customers' consumption in order to properly price the cost of fuel and energy purchases to align with that time of period use. So it seems like a relatively straightforward process, but it does have some complicated details, and the more information we can gather to help better understand what administrative processes and pricing structure process most accurately reflects what the time of use pricing differentials will be, will help structure the time of use rates that may at some point be available to all customer classes, be implemented to support an improved efficiency for the entire system.
And part of that is a more, if I would categorize the position of the LGST customer class, would be a more equitable pricing structure that would benefit the class, right?
It would benefit the class and have no detrimental impact on any other class. It truly is a cost-based pricing structure. To the extent the change from average pricing for fuel to time of use pricing for fuel impacts or shifts cost responsibility, that would result because of the improvement in cost-based pricing principles that go along with time of use pricing structures. Not that there are subsidies being paid from one group of customers to the other, but rather there would be elimination of those subsidies going to a more precise pricing structure.
But you're anticipating, aren't you, that, I mean, that's going to be one of the impediments potentially once the information has been gathered and potentially time of use rates being offered to all customer classes, that any shift in the way that the costs are recovered are potentially going to be opposed by the rate classes that don't generally utilize time of use pricing, right?
There probably will be some self-interest advocated on behalf of all participants in the rate case. There generally is. But to the extent a specific party can demonstrate to the commission the most accurate pricing signal, then I'm confident the commission will choose a pricing structure that helps create the most efficient utility system possible.
Yeah, me too. Let's look at some of your other major issues, and I think you were concerned with regard to the recovery, excuse me, of these as set forth here in section 1(2)(a), the production tax credits.
Yeah, on the base, yes.
And you're satisfied with the resolution, is I would think, especially because of 2I.
Yeah, essentially, the production tax credits will be used to compensate the party that is paying the fixed cost of the resource. There'll be an offset to that fixed cost. Consequently, customers or the stakeholders that pay those fixed costs will get all the benefits of that resource, and that would include the PTCs. And by paying the fixed cost, I'm referring to either at the time where rates are adjusted or where those fixed costs are deferred for future recovery from customers.
Right, and then going further into the 1(2)(I) section about using the allocation generated using the 12 CP.
Well, it's an allocation that generally aligns with how the cost of the resource is being allocated across retail customers. On a demand basis, it's 12 CP. On a jurisdictional basis, within the retail cost of service, it's on an average and excess methodology. So that would be the demand allocation. There are other parties that will be allocating for a energy allocation of PTC credits because they align with the amount of energy actually generated from the resource. So that distinction then is being delayed for the next rate case. on how those PTC costs should be allocated.
Yes. But putting that forward into the next rate case, those issues. I mean, that, do you see that as a compromise, or do you see that as a win for the position that you advocated?
Well, if it is a compromise, but it was an issue that we were not taking issue with on how you allocate those costs across the jurisdictions.
You also addressed, excuse me, in your testimony, beginning on page 9 of your direct, the sharing of off-system sales margins.
Yes.
And you were opposed to that, correct, sir?
Yes, I am.
So allowing them to get the off-system sales margins until section 1.4 of the stipulation, allowing them to retain 100% was a compromise.
It was. It's a balance. If the company isn't yet recovering the fixed cost of the resource, then they're entitled to the benefit of the resource. But as soon as the company begins recovery, either in the form of rate adjustments or deferrals, then all the operating benefits of the resource should be passed on to customers.
Is it your understanding then of this particular section that this is basically just kicking the can down the road here, and that the issue of SPS wanting to change its off-system sales current 100% sharing is going, it is going to be addressed in the next rate case, and that SPS is probably going to propose the same 10% sharing.
No, I do not see it that way. I see it resolving the issue of whoever's paying the fixed cost gets 100% of the margins, as opposed to sharing the margins 90-10 once customers start paying the fixed cost. So that's the relevant issue, and I think that is resolved with this settlement. The company had concern, and this is probably the issue we'll have in the next rate case, is if there is a timing difference between placing the new resources in service and adjusting rates to reflect the cost of those new resources in the regulatory mechanism, there's a regulatory lag period there. If the company is obligated to, is not available to recover the cost of those resources during that regulatory lag period, then there will be a question of whether or not they keep the full operating margins of those resources. If the commission allows them to defer the revenue requirement to those resources during that regulatory lag period, then the issue is resolved. The margins are passed on to customers. So it's really a timing issue about regulatory lag and the company's ability to adjust rates to reflect its change cost of service impacted by placing new resources in service.
So then you're not necessarily then accepting we deserve an incentive for going above and beyond. And that's why we should get the 10% that SPS has proposed in its testimony.
I reject that principle. I think SPS is or SPP is the entity that dispatches SPS's resources along with all other SPP participant generating resources. They are the ones that ensure that the generating resources that participate in SPP are used to minimize energy costs. Customers pay for SPS's generating resource cost. We reimburse SPS for their participation cost associated with SPP. Consequently, customers are paying all the cost of owning and participating in SPP, and therefore are entitled to 100% of the margins produced by operating those generating resources as part of the pool of resources available to SPP and its dispatch.
Therefore, based on your testimony, whoever's paying the cost should get the sales margins, right?
Yes, that is my position. Yes.
So then, with reference to this 1.4, SPS should get the sales margins up until the time that that their cost recovery commences. So presumably, when the ratepayers are paying the costs of the generation projects, then they should get all of the off sales margins. That it will switch, right?
Well, it may switch. Yeah, it just depends on what the regulatory commission approves in terms of any regulatory lag associated with placing the generating units in service and adjusting rates or implementing regulatory deferrals to make the company whole for the changes to their cost of service associated with placing those new resources in service. You know, the accounting mechanisms keeps the company whole up until through the construction period of the resources, up until they're placed in commercial operation. And from an accounting standpoint, they're placed in service. At that point, the utility is no longer allowed to accrue AFUDC charges, and it must start depreciating those resources and start incurring O&M expenses that is no longer capitalized. So from the in-service date up until the rate-making date, produces a regulatory lag period, which may expose the company to some period of not recovering those post-in-service costs associated with those new resources. There's various mechanisms to make the utility whole for that, and that is contemplated in this settlement.
But subject to any of those decisions to, as you say, compensate SPS for the regulatory lag between the commercial operation date and presumably the final order date of the commission decision in a rate case. policy regarding sharing of the off-system sales margins wouldn't change then, according to you, right?
Well, if the utility can make the case that it is paying the revenue requirement on the resource from commercial operation date up to the effective date of new rates, then under this settlement, it could retain the off-system sales margin. But at the point rates are changed, then all off-system sales margins are passed on to customers. Conversely, if there's other regulatory mechanisms or a demonstration that existing rate structures are adequate to allow for recovery of those costs, then the off-system sales margins would be passed on to customers sooner. Sooner than
I'm just,
effective.
I'm sorry, sir. Okay. And I'm just trying to get an idea of what you view the off-system sales margin policy is. So let me say so for example, on page 9 of your direct testimony, under the heading of sharing off-system sales margins, you referred to the commission order in 17-00255, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about the 100% sharing, retail share, regarding the SPP with customers, and I believe that that has been, that was the policy in the Hale and Sagamore in 17-00044, wasn't it?
The
As part of the stipulation?
Yeah, it was part of the stipulation at that time, yes.
Okay. And I believe that the SPS testimony has been that they have followed that policy, haven't they?
Well, I mean, the commission approved it, so yes.
Okay. So do you believe that the stipulation changes the policy? And that, or does it just change the policy with regard to the enumerated projects?
Well, it more clearly establishes the current treatment of margins produced in the SPP marketplace, where once customers are paying for all the fixed costs of those resources, they're entitled to all the margins created by use of those resources in the SPP marketplace. So from that standpoint, I believe it is consistent with what is currently being done with SPS's existing generation resources.
Don't think that answered my question. Do you believe that the 100% allocation to SPS of the off-system sales margins, if the commission were to approve this stipulation, applies to any other SPS project outside of the stipulation?
the stipulation resolves an issue that was raised by SPS in their proposed modification for sharing sales margins. And establishes that as soon as customers are paying the fixed cost of the resource, they're entitled to 100% of the margins. And I believe that's consistent with how margins are currently treated by the commission.
So you disagree with Ms. Trammell's testimony that that the 100% sharing has been in effect since the rate case in, I believe it could be the 17,255.
She's talking about sharing of margins following commencement of cost recovery in that.
Yes.
So at that point, the company, following commencement of cost recovery under the settlement, the company will retain 100%. After cost recovery commences, then all the margins are passed on to customers.
Right. And again, I'm just talking about the general policy, not the specific section that's been agreed to in the stipulation. What did you think the policy? Let me ask it this way: what do you think that the policy regarding off-system sales margins for SPS?
SPS's proposal was to change the current policy for new resources.
Yes.
And be allowed to retain 10% of the margins for operating those.
So what is it? What's the policy they want to change?
From the current policy of 100% of the margins being passed on to customers.
Okay. Do you believe that this proposal in the stipulation, this section 1.4, where the signatories agree that SPS gets to retain off-system sales margins for these self-build projects and the PPA until cost recovery of each project commences, do you believe that this policy of retention of 100% until cost recovery commences would be the new policy for any other new build or PPA project going forward?
Well, the commission would make that determinations, but for purposes of this settlement, it would be, if approved by the commission, it would be the regulatory treatment of margins, wholesale margins on these resources. If circumstances change for additional resources, those circumstances would be weighed by the company and all the parties. And hopefully, if necessary, a new settlement would make recommendations to the commission for their consideration for approval.
Okay. I mean, I suppose the the issue could be vetted in the rate case of whether there would be a general policy uh, about sharing off-system sales margins. Could be proposed in the next rate case.
Yes, that is true.
Very well. I believe, Mr. Gorman, that's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you. Ms. Drake, any redirect for Mr. Gorman?
No redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Lake, any questions from staff based upon my questions?
Staff has no questions for Mr. Gorman. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gorman, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time and you're excused.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ms. Drake, anything further from FEA LES?
Nothing further, ma'am.
Thank you. I believe we should have our lunch break. And let's say it's 12:40. So we'll come back at 1:40. And I believe all I have is testimony. We will come back and hear from our remaining witnesses. Very well. We will recess until 1:40. Allison, let's go off the record, please. People remember YouTube. Can you check that Dropbox on?
I will
on-
during the lunch break.
Okay, great. On that one that I'm not pulling up, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's a version of something I have, but maybe as long as you can pull that up and that attachment is that exhibit is okay, then I'm okay.
All right, I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are we doing Ellison?
I'm ready when you are. I did get an opportunity to take a look at those attachments during the luncheon recess. And like Miss Drake, mine are also showing up in portrait mode. I didn't look at all of them, but I looked at quite a few.
Okay.
It
And
might be, I'm sorry.
Oh, the only one that I was having trouble with was the new one that Ms. Drake downloaded yesterday or emailed yesterday and downloaded, which was FEA LES Exhibit 1.
Okay, I think I took a look at that, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. Let us then, if we're ready, go back on the record. It is 1:40. We are back from our luncheon recess and ready to move forward with the presentation of evidence in this case. And it's my understanding that Mr. Elliott, you have a witness. Mr. Elliott, where are you?
Right here, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm just one second. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I've admitted you're a witness. And just to let people know, I did receive an email that I was just printing. And it's entitled Southwest Public Service Company's Response to First Bench Request. And this is the update for the 550 Form 1 reports for July 2024 through December of 2024, as well as Ms. Trammell's response to, I wanted to know what the percentage was for 2024. And she answered that. So I believe there's just one outstanding bench request. To SBS. Okay, I see both Miss Reno. I see Mr. Elliott. Excellent. Are we ready to move forward, Mr. Elliott?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Go ahead. You have a witness, sir.
I do. The NMDOJ calls Maureen Reno.
Good afternoon, Miss Reno. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
I can.
Okay.
Allison, would you please swear the witness?
Ms. Reno, would you raise your right hand for me, please? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Reno.
Good afternoon.
For the record, would you please state your name and by whom you're employed?
My name is Maureen Reno. I'm principal and founder of Reno Energy Consulting Services, LLC.
And do you have in front of you what I'm referring to as NMDOJ Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Maureen Reno?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have NMDOJ Exhibit 2?
Yes, I do.
Your testimony in support of the stipulation.
Yes.
And were these exhibits prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same question today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to your testimony?
No, I do not.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to enter NMDOJ Exhibits 1 and 2 into the record.
Ms. Reno, with regard to NMDOJ Exhibit 1, you have some attachments to that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And were these attachments prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes.
So the first one is your curriculum vitae and qualification.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the second is an exhibit list, and your MLR 1 through 10 are, you indicate, are all SPS responses to NMDOJ interrogatories, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you indicate whether or not MLR 1 through 10 are complete questions and answers that were submitted in response to the interrogatories?
Yes, they were.
Your MLR 11 purports to be an order from the Public Utility Commission of Texas in a docket there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Elliott, I'm not going to admit decisions from other jurisdictions in as evidence in this case. If you can lay an appropriate foundation and relevance sufficient for me to take administrative notice of this, I'll consider it.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I know that I'm not going to do that at this time, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'll pass on that. We can amend the exhibit if that would be your preference.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I will remove exhibit MLR 11.
Very well.
Okay.
Is there any objection to what has been identified by Ms. Reno as her direct testimony, verified by her here today, exhibit NMDOJ 1, which will be submitted to the Dropbox this afternoon. with her attachment and MLR 1 through 10. Hearing no objection, NMDOJ Exhibit 1 is, as ordered, is admitted. Mr. Elliott.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I pass the witness.
Okay, we got to do 2. You
Oh,
already
I
asked
was,
for 2?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we had. Yep.
Nope, we just did 1 so far.
Okay. Ms. Reno, do you have exhibit NMDOJ 2?
Yes.
Okay. And would you please identify this for the record?
That's my testimony in support of the stipulation.
Okay. And was this prepared by you or under your direct control?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or modifications?
No.
Okay. And are there any attachments to this, to your testimony?
Page 25.
Yes, there are.
And
my curriculum vitae again. I guess it was that impressive that it had to be included a second time.
I like that.
And a couple more interrogatories responses from the company.
And are those complete questions and responses to the
Yes.
interrogatories? Ms. Reno?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
They're complete.
And that's MLR 1 through 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit NMDOJ Exhibit 2 into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as NMDOJ Exhibit 2? That's the testimony of Ms. Reno in support of the comprehensive non-unanimous stipulation as verified by her here today. Hearing no objection, NMDOJ 2 is admitted. Mr. Elliott?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd pass the witness now.
Very well. Just want to also indicate for the record that I just received another email answering bench request 1.3. Okay. Ms. Lang, any questions from staff?
That does not have any questions for Ms. Reno. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few questions for you, Ms. Reno. Again, welcome. And I wanted to start off let me just turn the page. Just with regard to the actual underlying fuel and purchase power clause in this case, you didn't take issue with the continuation of SPS's fuel and purchase power clause, did you?
No, I did not.
And in making that determination, did you review the testimony of the SPS witnesses and their exhibits to make that determination?
Yes, I did.
And did you in getting information either through the discovery process or in reviewing the documents that were attached to the testimony, did you have cause to dispute any of the reports or filings that SPS made?
As it pertains to the continuation of the mechanism, no, I did not.
Primarily, and I guess I want to look at your stipulation testimony first. Did you participate in case number 23-00252?
No, I did not.
Did you listen to the testimony this morning? The other witness's testimony this morning?
Yes, I did.
Sources are available to SPS. And so then you just begin at line 21 and then go on to the next page to define the production tax credit. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I seem to recall this morning that one of the benefits that I heard about some of these tax credits is that they're going to be able to be monetized by selling them, correct?
Yes. Right now under the IRA, there is a market where entities that want to sell, they can monetize those tax credits. And I think it would apply to both the production tax credits and the investment tax credits, whereby purchasers interested in those credits could purchase.
And when you reference section 48 of the Internal Revenue Code, at line 3 on page 4 of your testimony, you say the ITC for renewable energy, as outlined in section 48 of the Internal Revenue Code, provides a federal tax credit for businesses and individuals who invest in eligible renewable energy systems. The credit can be claimed for the qualifying projects that have been placed in service. The ITC, this is line 6, the ITC is a non-refundable credit, meaning it can reduce tax liability dollar for dollar, but any excess credit is not refunded.
What page are you on?
Page 4.
You said line 6?
Page 4. I was actually pointing out beginning at line 3, section 48.
Are you in my direct testimony or?
In your stipulation testimony.
I apologize. I must have misheard. Okay, I'm in the right section now. I'm in the right testimony now.
Okay.
Yes. I'm there.
So I thought I heard this morning that that sales of these credits aren't necessarily constrained to a particular type of business.
Yeah, it's my understanding that non-utilities, if interested, they could purchase these tax credits. And for whatever reason, say it's a corporation that wants to claim, that they've supported renewables in some way. I suppose that's something that is possible through this market. I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary.
Okay, I'm just it seems like that I guess if there's less restrictions on who could purchase the credit, that might make that credit more lucrative, wouldn't it?
Right. And based on what I've seen in my own independent research on this market, it depends on the media source. For example, there's a lot of hearsay, which is why I didn't write it in testimony per se. Is that some experts think right now holds promise and has some viability, and other experts think that it's in jeopardy. And what I've seen in regard to recent federal legislation that passed the House of Representatives, it's probably in jeopardy because there's a likelihood that that legislation that recently passed, I think it was in late May, is now before the Senate. And there's only a handful of senators against this legislation because it's a bigger package and has a lot more provisions dealing with other industries and tax breaks. But there is this component to that legislation that discusses what's going to happen to production tax credits and investment tax credits pertaining to renewable energy sources, and also the transferability of monetized credits. And there are more restrictions that would limit the use of these credits, and over time, with the goal of getting rid of the tax credits altogether and ultimately this market.
So we don't know what's going to happen with future legislation, but I take it from the tenor of your testimony, which I believe is the basis for your stipulation testimony. That page is 9 and carrying on to 10. you think that ultimately, however the legislation shakes out, they're going to get rid of the production tax credits in some form?
Well, there's a push with the current presidential administration uh, to level the playing field, so to speak, in terms of resources to produce electricity. And there have been executive orders essentially on day one to repeal portions of the IRA. So with that sort of desire behind eliminating these credits, I find it highly likely that the Trump administration will find a way to get, holdout senators to come up with a compromise that to pass legislation, this legislation, and have it before his desk by July 4th. I mean, that's his goal. And
Okay.
I would say it's highly likely that these credits will be limited in some fashion, whether it be a more aggressive way to narrow them down. In the provisions themselves, I believe construction on renewable energy projects would have to start construction within 60 days of passing the legislation. And then it would have to be in operation, within 1 or 2 years. And then in regard to the investment tax credits, it's even stricter. And then the transferability of the credits, it would have to be projects within like 2 years. Again, those specifics, I hesitate to get into too much detail because they're negotiating in the Senate now, and who knows how that will look at the end of the month. But there is this desire to get rid of this core component of the IRA.
So based upon what you know about this issue and what you think might happen, I mean, did that affect your negotiation and what you were willing to compromise on in the stipulation?
Certainly, because what my client was fighting for was to defer a lot of these issues until the rate case, or at least, give us a little bit more time. I believe it's a year out after the projects are in operation, to allow a little bit more time for the dust to settle on this legislation, just to have a better idea of what's happening in the market for tax credits. And given that the utility is already in a tax liability position where its existing facilities, the Hale and Sagamore plants, those credits are already being utilized towards its tax liability. So the likelihood of SPS having to rely on monetizing these tax credits for these new resources was an important issue to my client. And so this definitely had an important role in our negotiating position.
Do you have any information to doubt, at least at this point, the SPS proposition that they believe a robust market is available?
Well, I guess to repeat what I was saying earlier, it all depends on your source of information. There is a market right now, today, and I was looking at some of the values for some of these monetized tax credits, and it varies between 80 to 90 cents on the dollar. So, there are participants selling monetized tax credits, and there are participants buying. So, I mean, it exists today.
Okay.
And I think the market, though, was waiting for some official rules from the IRS. And so arguably today, if we're to assume that, somehow what's it called? One big beautiful bill totally flops, right? And there's no resolution on this on these provisions, then the all else equal, then there'd still be a market tomorrow. And I mean, that would be a good position for the company to be in, but there is this uncertainty. And so the benefit of our negotiating position, where we were asking for deferment of cost recovery and to vet this out at a later point, is to try to wait and see this given uncertainty around the transferability of these tax credits.
Okay. In it, again, I appreciate you're interested in timing. SPS is interested in timing, right?
Right.
As one of the provisions and what I've been hearing about and what I just heard from Mr. Gorman, had to do with regard to the off-system sales margins. And part that I've got it, I'm not sharing it, but I've got it. There it is. So, one of the provisions with regard to the off-system sales margins, and the explanation, you see it, 1.4?
If I may speak, I see it, it's really small, so I'll pull it up on my end so I can see the writing.
Yeah,
I do have
I identify with that.
So
there's a little bit bigger.
Okay.
So, and again, I think I asked some of the SPS witnesses this too, is that, ask Ms. Trammell to define significant for me, because, there seems to be this claim that between the commercial operation date and an actual cost recovery, in a rate-based case, that, there's this regulatory lag that potentially could be, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. And, SPS thinks that's significant. And so I'm surmising that, that's part of this agreement in the off-system sales margins to allow the cost recovery, or allow the off-system sales margins to go to SPS until the cost recovery commences.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Of what significance was this particular agreement in your view?
Well, I did opine on it in my testimony, in my initial testimony. Our initial position was, once cost recovery were to take place, our position was 100% should go to customers because they're paying for those assets at that time. And also, no return on that. So
And-
that was essentially our position. And
I mean,
then
and
in
you
this
even went
case-
further than that, didn't you? I mean, you basically it wasn't just in this case, but didn't you oppose that the way that the sharing was done shouldn't be changed? Or am I misremembering that?
I'm trying to understand your question. It shouldn't be changed from what? The status quo? Where
Yes.
up until cost recovery, 100% would go to the company?
Yes.
Well, that's my understanding that that's how it's been done. And in regard to these new resources, that's essentially
what would occur in your agreement, right?
Excuse me?
The 1.4 changes the status quo of the off-system sharing, doesn't it?
Well, it's my understanding that the status quo is that 100%, the company gets 100% of those off-system sales up until cost recovery. And then at that point, 100% goes to customers. In the company's petition, they were asking for a change whereby once cost recovery takes place, preferably through this mechanism, then there'd be a sharing where the company would get 10%. And so that's essentially what we were arguing against, where there is no sharing with the company once cost recovery begins, because customers would be paying for those costs and they should receive all of the benefits.
So then basically 1.4 doesn't change anything. It allows 100% to go to SPS pending cost recovery, and then it's going to be what the commission decides. In the rate case.
In the rate case being key. We thought, my client believed that was a win for us, because in that regard, we can have this discussion again in the rate case in the context of all of the issues that would be affecting a base rate case. And we'd be able to flesh out that issue more completely, and there'd be more time for discovery and testimony, where we'd be able to provide a complete record to the commission, and in the context of all their resources.
Well, why is it that if some of the issues are not right to determine now because they need to be viewed in context of all of the information in a rate case, but yet some of the agreements in the stipulation allow SPS to go ahead and not have to defer? I mean, how do you distinguish those?
Well, it was my understanding that in regard to other aspects of the settlement, the settlement was a compromise, first of all.
Right.
And my client was successful in getting other components deferred to the rate case as well, because my client felt very strongly about the issues of doing this, of what we're doing, of what the company was proposing to do in terms of, let's take one piece of the revenue requirement, that being pertaining to tax credits. Let's have this in one case, let's have something else in another case. And my client felt very strongly that that's really piecemeal rate making, and it really should be presented and discussed. There's more transparency, there's more time in regard to a rate case where we could look at the whole picture of what SPS is trying to accomplish here. So the settlement deferred pass through of the production tax credits to a year out, the investment tax credits until the rate case, where and also the deferred tax asset would be deferred until the rate case, along with the return on that. So and also the same applied for off-system sales. So in my client's opinion, this settlement was a win.
Yeah, I was going to
Again,
say, I mean, you're feeling pretty good, right? I mean, about getting the deferrals that you want, right?
Yeah. Yes.
No, I'm just wondering, and I asked Mr. Lee this morning. I mean, did you read Mr. Lee's testimony? The OPL witness?
I skimmed it when it first came out, but I was watching this morning.
Because he didn't want to agree that his testimony was vehemently against, but I think he did acknowledge that his testimony was pretty critical of piecemeal rate making and the proposals that, at least in his direct testimony, he referred, basically as impermissible piecemeal rate making. And I got his explanation why he thought that the parts of the stipulation that could be considered to be rate making, why it was okay. And I just wondered, if you, I was going to give you the opportunity to, let me know whether or not, you have a distinction when you think about piecemeal rate making and what's acceptable and what isn't.
Right. So when we're talking about piecemeal rate making, and in this case, right, there are just some items that weren't being discussed as part of the scope of the proceeding, right? And so in a base rate case, we'd be more open to talk more about some of those other items, so we can get a full context. And so that's the benefit of deferring some of these items to a rate case, so we can have those deeper conversations. It's more transparent. We can have multiple rounds of discovery. Typically more parties would be involved, and the commission would be able to make a better informed decision on some of these items. So in that respect, I felt like the settlement was reasonable in those regards, allowing deferral of some of these key items.
Anything else you want to tell me about that?
I suppose I could opine a little bit more about, the uncertainty in the tax credit market, and how, the benefit of deferral is to let things to watch and see how these markets develop, and to make a better informed decision.
Okay. Did you have a position on the time of use rate? I don't recall that.
No, I did not.
I guess I just thought because it seems like some of the testimony indicated that if the TOUs potentially went into effect, there could be a recovery shifting that might cause some unhappiness for certain rate classes. Do you see that testimony?
I didn't opine on that principle in my testimony. If you're asking me to opine now, I can give my opinion.
Well, I guess we'll save that for the rate case.
Right.
We'll defer that to the rate case.
Right.
No, I mean you're free, Ms. Reno. If you think that there's something helpful that the commission should consider. I mean, your client signed the STIP, and it's not just the sections that directly affected your position, but
Right.
signed off on the whole STIP. So if there's something you'd like me to know about it from your client's perspective, I'd like to hear it. But I don't want you to feel like that you're being forced to take a position on something that you didn't before.
Right. Okay.
I had another. Question. Do you, based on your knowledge and experience and familiarity with SPS and the Mexico Commission, do you find it unique or not typical for there to be potential recovery in multiple cases through multiple methods? And by that, I mean part of the recovery is being proposed to come through the Fppcac. Part of the recovery and expense for these projects will come from the base rate case, and then currently I'm hearing that in the renewable case that's pending, they've asked for, I believe, the recovery of revenue in that case.
You mean revenue requirement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, does that give you any pause?
Well, my familiarity with rate mechanisms, such as fuel riders, fuel production clauses. I see riders in different forms in my work throughout the US. And typically what will happen in rate cases, right, in terms of investments in projects of capital, whether it be generation, transmission, distribution, a lot of those are played out in the rate cases. And then the riders themselves serve as a mechanism where a lot of the components of those mechanisms are determined in a general rate case, with the purpose of those mechanisms being more of a reconciliation process, right, where you're comparing actual costs of something eligible, well, depending on what rider it is and what the purpose of the rider is, to what would be considered forecasted. And so, that's my knowledge. I'm not saying that that's the way it always plays out. You do have some utilities that feel like rate cases don't necessarily capture the costs, right? You might have unforeseen events, and that's the role of the mechanisms, like in like a weather adjustment clause in natural gas cases, right? So that would be an example. And so those mechanisms are in play, to provide, to afford the allow the utility to be able to recoup those costs in between rate cases. So that's my understanding. In regard to specific projects, I will say that the RPS rider case, I haven't really seen that in other jurisdictions, but maybe I haven't been looking closely enough. I guess that's one of those things that will have to be vetted before the commission.
Okay. Very well. I think I understand the rest of your testimony. Very well. Thank you, Ms. Reno. Mr. Elliott, any redirect of your witness?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, but I will note that I did upload NMDOJ Exhibit 1 revised to Dropbox.
Very well. Very well. Thank you. Mr. Dubois, hello.
Oh, hello, Your Honor. Good afternoon. We had reserved in case there were questions that came up that through other examination that would lead to to questions from us that would be not friendly cross.
Okay.
Have a couple if you would permit that.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll let you go ahead and then I'll come back to Mr. Elliott. Just in case before I go to Ms. Lang.
Thank you.
And or whoever, if there's additional parties that want to ask some questions. Go ahead, sir.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Reno.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dubois.
On the discussion on the current federal legislative process that you had, fair to say that you were describing your understanding of expectations about what could happen with changes to production tax credits at the federal level, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the legislation you were talking about, do you understand there to be a distinction made there for facilities that have commenced construction versus facilities that have not yet commenced construction?
Yes, there is a difference.
And that for facilities that have commenced construction, in the legislation you were referring to, there would be no change to their ability to qualify for PTCs, correct?
That is correct, but my understanding is anything's possible. Uh, right. There's a lot that the current presidential administration has done via executive order that no one would have thought possible and has accomplished. So I view any sort of federal legislation with skepticism at this point.
But for where we stand at this moment, what is in progress would not affect a facility that has commenced construction, notwithstanding that nobody can truly know what the world will look like tomorrow these days.
It does depend though on completion. And so I have seen developers pull out of projects because of uncertainty. And I could give you personal examples. I don't know if you want to hear them, but where developers on more than one occasion would pull out of a project because of uncertainties around legislation. This is at the state level, the example that comes to mind. I've also read about federal other larger projects as well. So it's not unheard of for a developer to get cold feet and pull out and cause a delay in the date of, what's it, the commercial date? I know there's an acronym out there, but and so that's the key distinction here. Yeah. And where you're talking about these larger projects, there's always the possibility, and I've seen this time and time again, where that date gets pushed out and pushed out. And if it's beyond a date that's established in the legislation, in whatever form it will look like, there's risk there.
If I might, Mr. DuBois, the one question I forgot to ask, I just remembered, and it pertains to this. Ms. Reno, I asked, and I don't know if you were listening, but I asked Ms. Trammell whether or not, if the production tracks, well, I think I said tax credits, meaning both, if they went away, if SPS would still continue with the project. And her answer was in the affirmative, that they had been approved and they were needed for capacity. Did you hear that testimony?
Yeah, I heard that conversation and or testimony. Excuse me.
Okay.
And my takeaway from her response to a series of questions that you asked yesterday was that these projects will go forward, right, because of their need. They contribute to capacity needs. They also contribute to, I guess, requirements under the RPS statute. Right? They have value in terms of what renewable energy certificates. And so the end result being, though, and what kind of stuck in my mind, not kind of, but did stick in my mind, was that, you know, if the company doesn't have these tax benefits, then that's less of a benefit that would go to customers, right? There would be one less revenue stream going towards the fuel factors, thereby increasing cost to ratepayers. Did I summarize that correctly?
An issue perhaps deferred to the rate case.
Right.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. DuBois?
Do you have another topic, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Ms. Reno, you also, I think, gave some numbers as to thoughts you had on possible discounts that would be associated with PTC sales. Did I catch that correctly?
Yeah. Yes. I did give some figures. Are you talking in regard to my written testimony or what I had said earlier when I was just opining on the market?
When you were answering questions from hearing examiner Hurst, is what I'm referring to.
Right. And so in my understanding of the market for monetized credits, the values that I've seen in various publications have varied. And the commonality is that they're all less than the dollar, right? So I've seen 80 cents, I've seen 90 cents on the dollar.
Can you please tell me where you have seen 80 cents on the dollar?
That's just my recollection of what I've read. It's not included in my official testimony.
So you think you've seen that somewhere, but you're not sure where?
I could try to find the article. I just don't have it in front of me because those are just figures I recall from my own personal reading of the industry. And I haven't, do you happen to have something that would counter that? I don't know. As I said, I didn't enter it as part of the official record of my testimony.
I'm going to try to walk a line to keep us out of confidential session, if you'll indulge me. But if you think your answer would have to be confidential, please do tell me based on what's in the record. Do you recall SPS offering public testimony on an estimate of the discount associated with the sale of a PTC?
I don't recall any number. I just recall reading, maybe it was in Tramel's testimony, there'd be a difference between the face value or the nominal value of a credit and the actual market price of that credit, and there being a difference.
Do you recall there being any discovery that you reviewed in this case indicating basis for estimating a transaction cost discount?
No.
Okay. I will leave it there then. Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. DuBois?
No, thank you.
Mr. Elliott, any questions based upon my questions or Mr. DuBois Cross?
No, no, Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Very well. Ms. Lang, any questions from staff?
Yes, ma'am, except, oh, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Ms. Rena, just to clarify, we were talking about the, excuse me, and I beg your pardon, the repeal of the tax credits. I just wanted to clarify that we were talking about section 11208, which pertains to the restriction on clean energy production credits, correct? I just want to go over the section number.
In what document?
When we were talking about this is pertaining to when the hearing examiner had questions for you. And the repeal. We were talking about how construction must start at a certain time and finish at a certain time.
Right.
Yes, and I just wanted to check with section numbers that you mentioned, that you were citing the section numbers correctly.
So on, I recall, I think we were talking about, we were referring to sections in my
Yes.
report of the settlement testimony.
Okay, just to speed
Sorry,
this up,
yes.
page 4 of your STIP testimony, I was asking you where on line 3, that's when we were confused about director stipulation.
Yes.
You reference a section 48. Is that what you're referring to, Ms. Lang?
I am referring to the big, beautiful bill. We were talking about that, section 11208. Correct?
I didn't recall that she mentioned a section.
Just to clarify your understanding of the potential repeal, that do you understand it to be that constructions must start 60 days after the date of the signing of the bill, correct?
Correct.
And that that construction has to be finished and in service by December 31st to 2028, correct?
Correct.
In order to collect the credits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, get water, get water. Okay, anybody else? No further questions. Ms. Reno, thank you. Appreciate your time. Unless your attorney has something further, you're excused. Mr. Elliott?
Nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Reno.
You're
Very
welcome.
well.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I think we have one more witness. And did you get some water there, Ms. Lang?
Yes, ma'am, I just did.
Okay.
The frog will
Very
eventually
well.
go away, but yes.
Very well. So we are to our last witness, the staff witness, Mr. Brossi. There you are, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, hearing examiner.
Good
Allison, would
afternoon,
you
Madam
please?
Hearing Examiner. Nicholas
Mr.
full
Rossi, are
staff,
you?
who will be presenting this witness.
Oh, okay, very well. Allison, you want to go ahead and swear in Mr. Brossi?
Mr. Brossi, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Although I do note it is 2:48, would you like to take the afternoon break now? Or would we like to power through?
Allison?
I'm fine, whatever everyone else's pleasure is.
Okay, well, we just started up at 1:40, so let's go a little while, I think, but appreciate the suggestion. Go ahead, sir.
Sounds good. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Peterson Brossi.
And how are you employed?
I'm a public utilities economist with the New Mexico PRC.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes.
And did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of your exhibit, P. Brossi direct testimony with attached exhibits?
I do.
Okay. And actually, first, I would like to thank the hearing examiner because I think we may have accidentally forgotten to include these into Dropbox, and then they were included for us. So the name on this document is confusing. It's 2400270 UT P. Brossi direct testimony. Is that the correct name of the document?
Yes, for me.
Okay. And then within the document, you call it your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is this exhibit your sworn testimony in this matter?
It is.
Is this testimony prepared by you?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Are the answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
they are.
Are there attachments in this document?
There are attachments. They come as, they're labeled as PB-1, and there are 3 interrogatories that staff made of SPS and the responses from SPS to those interrogatories.
Are they specifically interrogatories staff 1-1, 1-3, and 1-6?
That is correct, yes.
Are the verifications by
Hang on
Ross
just a
Baum-
second. The interrogatory response staff 1-1, how many pages is that, sir?
That is 2 pages. Actually, it goes to 3 with, if you include the preparers and the sponsors page on the 3rd page of that.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Are the verifications by Ross Baumgarten, Michael Malley, and Brooke Trammell also included with those interrogatories?
Yes, they are.
And are all of those interrogatory responses complete? There's nothing missing.
Correct.
At this time, staff moves to admit the direct testimony of Peter Brossi and its 3 attachments. Peterson Brossi, I apologize.
The only thing that's confusing to me, let's go back to 1-1, which Mr. Brossi, you've indicated is 3 pages.
Yes.
Under PB-1, it says page 1 of 11.
That's correct. And that would be because oh, you're right, because that would be I believe that was the entire length of the document of all the responses to staff's 7 interrogatory questions. And I think that might have just been a mistake on our part because the only ones that are included in this as attachments to my direct are those 3.
But you see, the problem is that there's only 5 pages of interrogatories, right?
Yes, that I've included in this direct is correct.
Right. So I suggest we renumber them to account for the correct number of pages so that anyone looking in the transcript won't be looking for those extra pages.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So
Yep.
should we change PB-1 to page 1 of 5?
Yes, I think that would be correct.
And then the second page also would be page 2 of 5.
Yes.
Then the third page would be page 3 of 5.
Yes.
Now, all 3 responses are included as PB-1. They're not included as PB-1, 2, and 3,
That's correct. They're all PB1.
or 1, 3, and 5.
They're all labeled as the one attachment. But in my
I would suggest that in the future you label them separately. that
No.
each be a separate attachment.
Thank you.
Page 4, which is 1-3, would be changed to page 4 of 5. And then staff 1-6 would be changed to page 5 of 5.
Yes.
Any objection to that, Mr. Rossi?
No objection to that. Would the hearing examiner like a new document uploaded?
I think you're going to have to, yes.
And then I would like to seek permission to call this correctly Staff Exhibit 1.
All right. Any objection to what has been identified as corrected Staff Exhibit 1? Mr. Brossi's direct testimony which will be filed this afternoon in the Dropbox and will be corrected as indicated with changing exhibit numbers to B through 5 instead of 11. Hearing no objection, staff corrected Exhibit 1 is admitted. Mr. Rossi.
Let's move on to the document titled the case number P. Brossi testimony in opposition to stipulation. Do you have a copy of that exhibit?
I do.
Is this also your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Was this testimony prepared by you?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
On page 2 of this document, do you list a number of attachments?
Yes, I do. Actually, it begins on page 1.
Bottom
Oh,
of
yeah.
page 1.
You're correct. It does begin on page 1. Thank you for the correction. Are these attachments in this own file or do they have their own separate files?
They have their own separate files.
Okay. Is that because there's a mix of PDFs and Excel documents?
Correct.
Okay. We'll get to those in a moment. I'd like to handle each of the attachments separately as we need to lay a foundation. So just with your testimony, is this your sworn testimony in this matter?
It is.
Okay. Staff moves to admit this second document, the case number P. Brossi, testimony in opposition to stipulation into evidence. And I think further, since I'll be submitting a new Staff Exhibit 1, I'll ask for permission to submit a new Staff Exhibit 2 so I can correct the name on this one.
Mr. Brossi, did you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to Staff Exhibit 2?
No.
Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Staff moves to admit this Staff Exhibit 2.
Well, we're going to have to go through each of the exhibits.
I intend on it, Your Honor.
First exhibit is labeled PB 3-1. It purports to be direct testimony of someone, not this witness, in another commission case.
I have a series of questions laid out. Would you like me to proceed to lay the foundation, ma'am?
I don't think there's going to be a foundation that's adequate enough, Mr. Rossi, but you can try. I'm not going to admit testimony from another case where there's not a witness here who could be cross-examined. If you want to call this witness as a witness to testify about what he testified to in this case and make him available for cross-examination, I'll entertain that request and we can recess this hearing.
I don't
But
intend.
you can't pull somebody's testimony from another case and offer it as an exhibit.
May I explain my thinking?
I'm not going to admit it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I can move on then.
Very well. Mr. Brossi, your exhibit PB 3-2 is entitled 2021 NCF filing dash capital T capital X with worksheet. Is this a document that you prepared?
No, I did not prepare it. Well, let's see. I did prepare.
Mr. Rossi?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is a public document which I can lay the foundation for, which then has his additional calculations added to it. This is a filing that appears in both it gets filed in both Texas cause number 48344 as well as a compliance filing within New Mexico PRC case 17-00044 UT. And then with that, then it has additional worksheets that Mr. Brossi himself created on calculations that he believes to be incorrect on the filings.
Was this document filed as part of the 550 filings?
No, it was not filed with those. But it's where the information on the 550 filings comes from.
And why is it that you think that it's relevant that the commission consider a document from a different jurisdiction that's not one of the 550 documents filed in this case? Why is it relevant for the commission to consider?
It is relevant because one, it's filed within our own compliance filing. So it's filed in New Mexico as well. But it's also relevant because
this document is filed in the 550. Oh,
no,
you're saying that
17-00044.
Okay, so PB 3-2, this document is filed in 1744.
The original version of it is, yes.
Okay, so this isn't even the original version of this document.
You see the yellow writing there? That is created
I do.
by Mr. Brossi.
I just asked him if he created this document, and he said no.
He did not create it. And I completely agree with him. He has added the additional G, H, and I columns to show what he believes to be the correct calculation.
Okay. And is this A similar document for 3.3, 3.4,
3.3, 3.4, 3.9. 3.9, we weren't actually going to try to admit when we get to it because it's an accidental duplicate of 3.2. But yes, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4 are the same exact documents for 3 separate years.
and 3.5. Also relates to case number 170044.
It is a total a totaling of what shows up in those other 3. But they weren't, that one, to my knowledge, is not filed in 1744.
Okay. Let's just stick with 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4. What's the relevance to this case?
The relevance to this case is the fact that in 2021, there are 2 time periods where the total net capacity factor for Hale and Sagamore, when combined together, dropped less than 0.048. Because it dropped less than 0.048, there's a separate section in the stipulation in that case that says SPS must pass on the 0.04 or 0.48 amount to the customer. The customer is not should not handle they should still receive the production tax credit amount if the production falls below. Because of the miscalculation, SPS believes the production tax credit did not fall below. Staff believes it did. And because of that, New Mexico taxpayers are missing what we believe to be about $4.5 million.
That should have been run through the Fppcac.
Correct, ma'am.
Mr. Dubois?
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of things. First, on the representation that this series of documents was filed in New Mexico, I'm not sure that that is accurate. And right off the top, I would note that these have headers as being from Texas. So I think that is a question for follow-up. On relevance, 2 further things. One, first, our position would be that it's not relevant, including for the reason we haven't gotten to yet, that staff doesn't actually ask for any relief on the merits in this case. Their ask is that this be considered in a further proceeding, in a different proceeding. And these arguments, this evidence or tendered evidence is not relevant to that. As a second step, the commission's procedural rules provide that even with relevant evidence, the presiding officer can decline to admit evidence that is not necessary. So I would also offer that even if it is found relevant, it's still not necessary in this case. It's not necessary to their ask in the case, and it will definitely tend to confuse the record, compounding the questions about foundation.
May I respond, ma'am?
1 second. Go ahead, sir.
If you open the 17-00044 case, if you click on compliance, you will see the Southwestern Public Service Company's compliance filing under section 6 of the modified unanimous comprehensive stipulation. I do believe these were filed in both locations. He is correct. Mr. Du Bois is correct. We are using the Texas version for the simple reason that New Mexico requires the filing of a PDF. Texas requires the filing of both a PDF and an Excel document. So if you want to check the math, the easiest document to use is the Excel document. Now, when it comes to the why this is relevant, if staff can show that prior FPPCAC calculations within the prior 4 years are incorrect, there are definite problems on how to move forward. We're not asking to throw out the entire thing and start over. We just want this one issue fixed. And later on, if we get to it, it's a simple division where we believe the denominator is an incorrect number, which is shown in these documents. It's just one number that's wrong.
Mr. Rossi, was SPS approached on this subject?
This does show up in our direct. As the hearing examiner is aware, I'm late coming into this case, so I don't have the procedural background. But I'm unable to answer that question. My apologies.
Mr. Du Bois, looks like what they're claiming is that there is an error in the application of the FPPCAC. I believe that if there is an error in the calculation of the SPPCAC, the commission needs to know about it. So what do you propose? Or do you think there is a potential resolution to this issue? I mean, as I'm assuming SPS has looked at Mr. Brossi's direct and supplemental testimony, haven't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like the opportunity to provide opposition testimony that would clarify the issue from SPS's perspective?
Can I address it a different way before answering that question directly, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. First, as we touch on from time to time, this is an Fppcac continuation case under Commission Rule 550. Rule 550 has a separate provision that, outside of a continuation case, gives the Commission the general authority, which it would have anyway, to review and investigate. I think there it uses the word prudence, but to review fuel expense. I know there's been some recent litigation, as well as Your Honor well knows, that as to whether a prudence review is an inherent part of a continuation case or not. And I do believe the current law at the Commission is that it is not. Second, staff raised, Mr. Brossi raised in his direct testimony, and I don't know if it will at some point become more convenient to put it on the screen. I can, or we can figure it out. But the ask by staff was to consider I'll get the words right precisely. Staff recommends the Hale and Sagamore facilities minimum production guarantee issue be raised in this Fppcac continuation case, or perhaps another proceeding for further consideration. Staff has not filed anything asking for consideration in this case. It's had months to do so. It offered doing it in another proceeding. We think, and Ms. Trammell's stipulation testimony indicated that, SPS, of course, has no objection and recognizes the Commission's authority to open a docket, have proceedings, examine something, but that we don't think, and this is not in her testimony, but we don't think this is certainly necessary in an Fppcac continuation, that it is part of this proceeding. And we were left in the position where there was no ask to rebut on this issue. Staff wrote some things and asked it to be considered somewhere, to which we don't object. We don't agree with considering it in this proceeding. Even in the opposition to the stipulation testimony, we definitely disagree with the characterization that there's been a miscalculation and that the numbers are erroneous. Even so, the ask still was for consideration of the issue. It was not for any adjustment in this proceeding. So again, we don't disagree with the proposition that the Commission can look at this issue, that staff can ask that the Commission look at this issue. But they haven't even asked that as to this proceeding, and they can ask it for a different proceeding, and it's not an inherent part of an Fppcac. So all of that said, we do not view this as a situation where it would be appropriate or relevant or necessary to, I don't know what stage we would be at. I'm not going to try to title what the testimony or evidence would be like, but it would be an issue that's incremental to opposition testimony that doesn't even make a claim on the merits. And I don't think it would be a trivial exercise. You can see that staff is trying to pull in material that's in some cases 8 years old from other proceedings, including in other states, witnesses who are not part of this proceeding. There's certainly no efficiency or judicial economy to any of this. And if we're going to get into the Texas proceeding, we have a lot further to talk about. Again, staff's characterization of this is a miscalculation, and what they offer as alleged substance in the opposition testimony is certainly things that we disagree with. It's a very incomplete picture, to put it mildly, of that case. And SPS would have an extensive responsive case to this. So at the risk of repeating myself one more time, it can be, SPS recognizes, of course, the commission can review things like this, but that doesn't make it correct or useful to do it in this docket, and especially at this point. I think I gave my preface without ending up directly answering your question, Your Honor. All of that said, if nevertheless we are arguing the merits in this case, then yes, absolutely, SPS would have extensive evidence it would probably seek to put on. It would still have objections to what staff is offering. But again, we don't think we get anywhere near that point in this case, and especially at this point.
And
May I respond, Madam Hearing Examiner?
no, I'm looking right now. Mr. Dubois, when you keep referring to staff's ask, are you referring to a specific document?
I'm referring both to Mr. Brossi's direct testimony and Mr. Brossi's testimony in opposition to the stipulation.
Okay, because what I pulled up is the staff motion in opposition to the stipulation. So that's what they filed on May 19th. Pursuant to the requirements on opposition to stipulations.
And I think that lands us at exactly the same place, Your Honor. In that motion, the statement is staff determined that the questions surrounding Hale and Sagamore, as discussed in this motion, are best presented to a hearing examiner at a public hearing. Again, this is comprehensive that it's not asking for it in this case. And I don't know how SPS was supposed to rely on not believing any of the three staff statements on this as to what they were actually requesting. It would not have been difficult if the ask actually was to have it in this case to say so, or to have it in front of Your Honor to say so, I mean, there's any number of permutations of paths that weren't taken. This is what they asked.
Well, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Hang on. I mean, I realize it says what it says. It was filed in this docket in response to the stipulation. So we can't forget that. Mr. Rossi, anything further?
We are asking that SPS follow the agreement that it signed in the stipulation of 17-00044. That case is very specific, written by Your Honor, about how this should be calculated. We have discovered that SPS is not following the calculation prescribed. We are only asking that they follow what's been ordered of them. We're pointing out that we don't believe they are following that. I don't think that needs a specific ask. We're not asking for anything new. We're asking for them to follow what was signed 8 years ago.
Right, but the question is, where is the appropriate venue to hear it? If it's a problem with 1744, is it more appropriate for staff to file a show cause or some other action with the commission to reopen that case or to start a new proceeding to investigate that case? What I'm hearing you say, Mr. Rossi, which I think, as you've heard Mr. Du Bois say, they're not opposed to looking at it wherever the commission decides to look at it, but their position is it's not connected to the FPPCAC, therefore it shouldn't be heard in this case. Now, what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Rossi, is staff believes that the calculation for the FPPCAC is incorrect because of this issue in 1744. I mean, is that what you're telling me?
It's an interesting case because it only shows up if the net capacity factor drops below 0.48. So far, it's only happened 2 years, 2021, 2022. Most of the time, the calculation is correct. So you may be right that this may be better for an order to show cause on 1744 for why they changed it. But our thinking was this is not a difficult change. The FPPCAC has an amazing ability to essentially recover for over and under withdrawals. This is not even a large over recovery. So it's the type of thing that can be flowed back through the FPPCAC easily and simply.
Answer my question, Mr. Rossi. Does this issue, which my understanding of staff's position is SPS's FPPCAC filings are incorrect. They made a mistake. And here's why. Is that what staff is that staff's position?
All of the 550 filings? No. Probably 4 or 6 of the individual ones, yes.
And you've identified those in your testimony?
If I recall correctly, we did not identify which specific 5 or 6 months are wrong.
Well, how are they supposed to know? I mean, you claim somebody has an error and you don't even tell them where it is?
Well, we told them exactly
I mean, that's a due process problem.
Madam Hearing Examiner, with all due respect, we told them exactly how it comes out. And they disagree on the calculation. So
what's your response, Mr. Rossi, to SPS's basically offer that this that they've agreed that this could be heard in another case?
I don't think staff's opposed to that. I think that's all another reasonable way, but it requires spinning up a separate case. And staff was hoping to avoid that, but that may be the best avenue.
You know what? I think at this point we ought to take a recess. We're going to take a recess for 20 minutes. I think I will go away. I can't stop the YouTube, but if you want to do a Teams meeting or something, I really would encourage you, Mr. Rossi, to speak with SPS and have some kind of discussion, and we'll find out if you're able to reach a resolution on this. Because here's how I see this going. If staff claims that the Fppcac has been calculated incorrectly and needs to be corrected, I see this proceeding recessing, staff being required to specifically tell them where you think they made the mistake, and them being given the opportunity to file testimony to rebut that, and us having to come back at a later date and I'll hear that testimony. Now, the other way that can be handled is I can let the attorneys file, and this is something, Mr. Du Bois, you had an opportunity to file motion to strike that testimony and you didn't do it. Okay? If you didn't think the testimony was responsive or relevant, you could have filed a motion to strike, and you didn't. So could staff's request in that opposition statement have been more definitive? Sure could have been. Okay? Sure, they could have used the word this proceeding. They didn't. But it's a motion, it is a response in opposition to the stipulation that was filed. So one can only surmise they meant this proceeding. I think that's a reasonable way to look at it. Yeah. Okay. So I think there's some things on both sides that coulda, shoulda happened. They didn't. So here we are. Let's figure out the most efficient and appropriate way for us to handle this issue, which should have already been handled. Okay? And let's do this in a way that is hopefully not going to be inconvenient for all of these other parties in this case. Because what's in front of me, the Fppcac. What's in front of me, the stipulation. What's in front of me, opposition to the stipulation. Let's try to figure out a way that we can move forward, either through some testimonial adjustment, a motion practice, or an agreement as to what could happen with this potential issue going forward. Okay, let's see what the phone says. Phone says 3:35. Let's come back at 4 o'clock. Again, I'll go off the Zoom and but you'll still be on YouTube, so I don't know if you want to have a public discussion of whatever. Otherwise, we'll resume the hearing at 4 o'clock. We are recessed.
Mr. Dubois, we are sending you and your team a Teams meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hey, Ashley, it's Joan.
You're on. You're not on mute.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we are still discussing how to proceed forward. May we have 5 more minutes?
Yes, and I did not mean to cut out any of the other parties. I saw Ms. Drake's email about being included if it's going to have something to do with the stipulation. So, yeah, we'll come back. Just to be safe, it's 4:01. We'll come back at 4:10.
Thank
So
you,
we'll
ma'am.
stay in recess until 4:10.
Thank you.
Allison, let's stay off the record here for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Du Bois,
Yes, Your Honor.
do we have any resolution on how to handle staff's claim that there's been an inaccurate calculation in the FPPCAC in this case?
Believe we have a process resolution, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you believe that it's going to well, I'll hear it. I just want to make sure that we include the other parties
And
if it potentially affects them.
And I think everyone did end up getting all the way together.
Okay.
Discuss it in the end. Yes.
Okay, very well. Let's go back on the record, Allison. Thank you. We've had an extended recess so that parties could discuss how to handle staff's claim of a inaccuracy in the calculation of the FPPCAC. Mr. Du Bois, Mr. Rossi, who would like to enlighten me as to the results of your discussion?
I'm happy to, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So staff agrees that we will address this issue in another manner. Most likely it will be, sorry, I'm probably speaking too fast. I'll slow down. It will probably be in the form of a motion for an order to show cause to be filed in 17-00044 UT, which still is a compliance case left over. So we'll handle this issue in that manner. Staff agrees not to continue on with that specific Sagamore and Hale minimum production guarantee questions. So therefore, we're agreeing to strike pages of Mr. Peterson Rossi's stipulation testimony, pages 12, where he states minimum production guarantee for Hale and Sagamore wind facilities, down through page 17, just before where he says conclusion. We'll strike that from the record, not move the attachments in, but we would still like to proceed with his other issues in this case, which show up at the top of his stipulation starting on page, I guess that's on page 3. And so this does not affect the stipulation for anyone else. There's no other issues there. We still would need to proceed with this hearing. It's just it'll be one issue less.
Okay. Mr. Du Bois, that you concur?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So all of the exhibits, Mr. Rossi?
All of the exhibits attached to the stipulation testimony. So all of the ones starting with the number 3. So 3.1, 3.2,
okay,
etc. through 3.9.
Okay.
And so if you would like,
Are been withdrawn?
Withdrawn.
So
there is one 3.7 that's not related to any of those. It's off system sales margin sharing.
A 3.7.
That would be Sps'S response to staff interrogatory 1-4.
So there is one exhibit we still would like to move to admit. Thank you for that correction.
okay, so you're withdrawing 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5,
3.6,
3.6,
3.8.
and 3.9.
Correct.
All right.
Your Honor.
Ms. Hopkins.
Yes, Marty Hopkins for SPS. I think we had a discussion about PB 3.7, SPS's response to SAF 1-4.1 when we were I think it was during Mr. Malley's testimony, and there was the entirety of the response is not included in 3.7. It's just the exhibit, I believe.
Okay. Well, hold on. Hold that thought till I ask him about this one, okay? I just want to try to figure out who's on first. Okay. So you are going to have a compliant staff exhibit two, Mr. Rossi, that includes the withdrawal of all the exhibits that begin with the PB3 from Mr. Brossi's opposition testimony, so far labeled staff exhibit 2. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then that brings me to the one staff exhibit that you want to include. Mr. Brossi, this is entitled Calculation of Texas Retail Off-System Sales Margins Shared and Retained. Did you create this document?
This is a response to a discovery question by staff. And this is in response to that discovery question.
Okay, where's the discovery question? I don't see any question on here.
Correct. It has been left out.
Okay. I'm not going to admit an incomplete exhibit. So
would it be possible to correct that momentarily?
Well, again, this stuff is supposed to be done in anticipation of us moving forward. I find this a bit distressing that that the presentation doesn't contain the information that it purports to, Mr. Rossi. So, if somebody can correct this while the questioning is still going on, fine. I'll give you a provisional on this one. Otherwise, you're gonna have to strike this exhibit too. All right. With that, and having the provisional ruling on the attachment, and having the rest of the exhibits withdrawn, is there any objection to what's been identified as staff exhibit 2, Mr. Brossi's corrected as set forth in the agreement between staff and SPS? Any objection? Hearing no objection, Mr. Brossi's corrected testimony in opposition to the comprehensive stipulation with a provisional ruling on the exhibit is admitted. Mr. Rossi.
Staff has no further questions for this witness. He is available for cross-examination and further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, did that answer your question with regard to the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. Mr. Dubois, you have questions for Mr. Brossi.
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brossi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dubois.
First off, do I understand correctly that you have not given live testimony before?
This is correct.
Okay. Given that, I'll just offer, please do indicate if you do not understand one of my questions or you're not hearing me clearly, and I'll remind that this is being transcribed, so when there's a yes or a no, we need to speak out loud and not just do head nods and various things that don't come naturally. Are we agreed?
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Dubois.
Very good.
Try to speak up, Mr. Brossi. I'm having trouble hearing you.
All right, I'll speak louder.
Thank you. Also, just a word from my perspective, Mr. Brossi. If you don't know the answer to a question, please say so. That's a fine answer. A lot of expert witnesses want to answer the question anyway, but I don't know is a fine answer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go ahead, Mr. Dubois.
Thank you. Mr. Brossi, you are staff's only witness analyzing staff's position on the stipulation, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, did you, on behalf of staff, consider the commission's approach to evaluating stipulations, including any regulations or prior commission rulings as to what is to be considered in evaluating a stipulation?
Could you repeat the question?
I'll try breaking it down differently then. Are you aware, Mr. Brossi, that a consideration that the commission looks at in evaluating a stipulation is whether it was the result of arm's length negotiations among parties with diverse interests?
I am aware.
Okay. And have you reviewed the testimonies of the other witnesses in support of the stipulation?
Yes.
And without asking you for any testimony regarding anything you may have formed as an opinion about the actual negotiations themselves, those being confidential, based on your review of testimony, do you have an opinion as to whether the stipulation was the result of arm's length negotiations among parties with diverse interests?
Yes, I believe that it was.
Thank you. And are you aware that another consideration is whether the parties to a stipulation were represented by capable and knowledgeable experts?
Yes.
And would you agree that it is the case here that the parties who entered into the stipulation were represented by capable and knowledgeable experts?
Yes.
And again, based on the testimony, would you agree that the non-unanimous stipulation was the product of bargaining by experienced individuals who are familiar with the issues that were agreed in the stipulation?
Yes, that would be my belief.
Okay. like to turn to your testimony on the stipulation, and I will attempt to share my screen so we can follow along. And I apologize, I've not done this with Your Honor on Zoom before.
That's because I usually don't let people share my
I'm sorry.
screen.
Okay.
But I approved it there, Mr. DuBois. I thought, well, let me try letting somebody else drive the bus.
I apologize, I misunderstood. If you're okay with that, I will try that, but absolutely please stop me the moment it's not working.
I just don't see it yet.
Okay. Neither does it look on my end like I am. So we'll go the normal way. Mr. Frosty, could you take a look, please, at pages 2 to 3 of your stipulation testimony? I'm picking up at the very end of page 2, line 26.
Yes.
And here, picking up from that heading onto page 3, do I understand your testimony correctly to be indicating that staff opposes section 1.2A2 of the stipulation?
It would begin with 1.2A1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And what's the next section that you're asking about?
I'm looking at this line on page 3, 8.1 and 2, and there's an indication of opposition there. And my question is seeking clarification that that does extend as opposition to A2. Or not.
Yes, it stems from A1. Yes, I believe A2 as well.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you at the end.
A1 and A2.
Okay. Now, maybe we should refer, please, if you could take a look at the stipulation at A2, Mr. Brossi.
Yes.
And that is the provision that provides that upon commencement of cost recovery or deferral of the revenue requirement of the SPS self-build solar projects, SPS shall flow through the value of the as-generated solar PTCs to customers through SPS's monthly FPP CAC factors. That's the first sentence of that one. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is it about that you oppose in this case?
So we are looking at the PTCs in their the period before cost recovery, is that right? Or
it should be on the screen.
so that so our we were looking there at the deferral of the revenue requirement, and it was unclear when that would happen.
Does staff generally prefer and seek that quote, SPS shall flow through the value of as generated solar PTCs to customers through SPS's monthly FPPCAC factors.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And does staff view that in isolation as a benefit and a positive of the stipulation?
Yes, that would be a benefit.
Okay. Now, do you view there as being a distinction between flowing through the value of PTCs versus flowing through PTCs?
Yes.
Can you explain how you understand that distinction to be?
So the value would be the face value of the production tax credits. And sorry, what was the second part of your question?
If you're not following, I'll break it down further. Do you recall, did you observe the testimony of Ms. Trammell yesterday?
Yes.
Do you recall there being some discussion there as to the fact that SPS would not be literally passing tax credits through to customers?
Oh, correct. Yes, you're talking about distinction between the tax credit PTCs flow through versus tax credits that the company uses or would sell or would use against their liability. Yes, there's a distinction.
And that's the distinction that we're making when we talk about the value of PTCs rather than just the PTCs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think we've heard at some length that SPS does not derive cash directly from receiving a PTC that's generated by a facility, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But in this procedure of providing customers the value, that value would be provided to customers in cash, correct?
If you are talking about a reduction of fuel expense, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, there is a reduction of fuel expense each month as calculated as would be calculated for the solar PTCs through the PPCAC filing each month and the bills to the customers each month.
And that has a cash value to customers through that difference in what their bill would be, correct?
Yes, there is a difference there is a reduction, correct? In the
And
expense.
I'm sorry, I'll remind myself and you, we will do our best not to talk over each other. I think that one was my fault. I apologize. In providing that credit that has cash value to customers, that cash is, as a practical matter and an actual matter, coming from SPS through receiving less cash through the FPPCAC than it otherwise would, correct?
Yes, there is a difference.
And so SPS is funding that in some form or fashion to have that cash made up somewhere, correct?
Are flowing the PTC through, yes, initially.
Flowing the value of the PTC through, to be specific.
The PTC, right, correct.
Okay. And let's take away transferability for the moment. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. When SPS provides cash to customers in the way we just discussed, it has to finance that cash from somewhere, correct?
It depends actually, because on in utility accounting there is a principle of regulatory lag, and there is accounting that is appropriate for certain items that come up as a result of that, of different periods when the utility may receive cash and when it may have an outflow of cash or expenses and revenues.
Even if one is shifting between time frames, there would be financing activities that would take place to effectuate that, correct?
There are financing activities, yes.
Okay. And all right, bear with me 1 second.
Mr. Rossi, I see that you put the corrected exhibit into the Dropbox. You need to attach it to his corrected testimony.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
One-stop shopping. Go ahead, Mr. Dubois.
Thank you. Mr. Brossi, you are aware, correct, that regulatory liabilities are generally a component of rate base, correct?
Correct, that they would reduce rate base.
Is your understanding that a regulatory liability reduces rate base?
Correct.
And would a advance payment to customers be a form of regulatory liability or a form of regulatory asset?
Well, it would depend on the approval of the commission. So advance payments, then yes, theoretically they are regulatory assets. And advanced receipts, defined by the commission and defined by the accounting rules, would be regulatory liabilities.
Okay. Staff, or you, in your direct testimony, did not at that point oppose the creation of a DTA, but it did oppose having a DTA where a weighted average cost of capital return was recovered through an Fppcac, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And your testimony was that recovery of that DTA and any return would be more appropriate in a rate case, correct?
Yes.
In a base rate case, to be clear. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, where the stipulation has landed is that there would be a DTA created, and that DTA would be sent over to a base rate case for recovery over there without having determined what the return on that DTA would be, correct?
That's in the stipulation, correct.
Okay. And that is aligned with staff's direct testimony, correct?
So we were dealing specifically in my direct testimony with SPS's request to earn a weighted average cost of capital return through the Fppcac. That's correct.
Okay. And so that DTA being recovered through base rates with a return to be determined would be the source of funds for flowing through the value of the PTCs to customers through the FPPCAC, correct?
If it was approved, that would be one way of doing it, yes.
Okay.
However, I mean, to allow a return, and the reason why we're objecting here or raising the issue is that it's assuming that SPS will be prudent in managing and keeping that DTA low. And that isn't an issue that we have a concern on staff's part, that it will stay low, and we don't know.
And the way you expressed the concern, your evidence for having that concern was discussed at page 9 of your stipulation testimony, correct? We can go there. I'm looking at page 9, lines 1 to 5.
There.
Okay.
Yes.
And the point you were just making, tell me if you agree, is the one that is stated at page 8, beginning at line 19 is where the sentence picks up through the balance of that paragraph, correct?
Yes.
And so, in fact, your evidence for having this concern are those two DTA balances that you note in 2023 and 2024, respectively, correct?
That is one reason, yes.
Well, that's the reason it's stated in your testimony anyway, correct?
Oh, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And the 2023 balance then decreased, would you agree, substantially to 2024?
There was a decrease, correct? Yes. I think I stayed down there from on the New Mexico side. Yeah, there's a decrease of 127 to 92 million is the different numbers there.
And that's not keeping the balance high, as you put it, correct? That's a decrease in the balance.
It is a decrease, but that is still a significant amount.
Are you familiar with when PTC transferability began?
Yes.
And you're aware that PTCs generated prior to 2023 cannot be transferred, correct?
Yes.
And so a DTA balance that was accumulated before 2023 was not subject to being reduced other than through the normal rate making depreciation process, correct? I should say amortization.
Could you say that one more time? I lost you there.
Sure. Having established a DTA during a time when transferability was not possible, the only way that DTA would then be reduced would be through amortization of the DTA, correct?
Oh, you mean to write it down?
In your opinion, are amortization and writing something down the same thing?
Oh, I'm sure the amortization is a reduction, correct? Or, assessing it in some way to ascertain recoverability in certain other cases.
Could you give me your definition of amortization, please?
Reduction.
Your understanding is that amortization and reduction are just synonyms?
No, there will be there's a more in-depth definition. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. Fundamentally, the way that is available to SPS to reduce the DTA is that to the extent PTCs were generated beginning in 2023, it could transfer those, and that would reduce the DTA relative to what it would otherwise be, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so observing that there is still a DTA that you note existing in 2024 is not evidence of an effort to keep a DTA, as you put it, high, correct?
Correct, but it also just shows that those were not sold even before the IRA when there were certain tools that could have been used to sell them. Maybe not the tools that the IRA created, but certain agreements and certain partnerships could have been created before the IRA to transfer those tax credits.
Did I misunderstand that we already agreed that PTCs could not be sold if they were generated before 2023?
Yes. I'm sorry, could you repeat your question one more time?
I thought this was asked and answered, but I'll ask it since apparently we're not on the same page. Is it your understanding that PTCs generated before 2023 could not be sold or transferred for use by another person?
Yes, but there were certain other mechanisms, such as partnering with a investment bank who would have tax liability to use those tax credits in their liability if SPS did not have its own tax liability that it could use those credits on, and thereby lower that DTA balance.
Okay, I think we need to break that down for a second. First, the answer to the question I asked about whether the PTCs could be transferred is still no, they could not be transferred, correct?
Correct.
What you're describing is a type of project financing arrangement that changes aspects of who might own the facility, how the project was financed in the first place, perhaps who built the project, and
Can't be testified there, Mr. DuBois.
there's a correct coming, Your Honor. That's a point taken. I'll try starting that one over. Do you have an understanding in your mind about what would have to be different to finance and construct a project in that way versus a investor-owned, vertically integrated utility constructing a project?
I assume that there would be steps, yes.
Do you understand those to be steps that could have been taken years after the project is built?
That's unclear to me at this point, no.
Okay. So you're not aware of anything other than a commission amortization period on the DTA that could have been used to reduce the pre-2023 PTCs in the DTA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we've talked about the DTA. A second way of obtaining cash, of SPS obtaining cash to flow the value of PTCs through to customers would be by transferring the credits, correct?
That would be, yes, transferring the credits would be a way that SPS could earn cash on those credits.
Would it be more accurate to say whereby SPS could receive cash in exchange for the PTCs as opposed to earning cash?
Yes, the SPS would receive cash once they sell the PTCs.
Okay. And then in this scenario, it would turn around and in turn provide that cash to customers, correct?
Correct. If you're saying that are you talking about a timing difference? The timing of receiving cash and then that cash going on to the customer?
I was not talking about a timing difference. Trying to avoid testifying on that. If you ask me questions, you tempt me. Let me try it this way. Just as a matter of course, without thinking about timing for the moment, selling a PTC, receiving cash in the sale, then allows SPS to turn around and pass that cash representing the value of the PTC through to customers, correct?
Correct.
And if we in the scenario where we already had a DTA, where SPS had financed that flow through of the value, that sale of the PTC would reduce that DTA by receiving the cash to offset that DTA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in either the scenario of financing the flow through in a DTA or in the scenario of selling the credits and incurring transaction costs, there would be some cost to SPS, correct?
By the way that SPS has described it in its application, they do refer to transfer costs to sell these PTCs, correct?
Do you see a third path that would not come at any cost to SPS in providing the value of PTCs to customers in advance of having some source of funds other than the DTA or the transaction costs?
There will be a time period, yes, if you advance the credits before, or if you advance the value before SPS receives cash, there will be a time period, yes.
Mr. Brossi, my question wasn't about a time period. My question was about a source of funds and whether you see there as being a third possible source of funds for that cash to flow through to customers.
No, not in the way that you were describing it.
Is there a different way you would describe it that could create a third way?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me while I take a moment to not do any asked and answered, since we did a fair bit of jumping around there. Okay, maybe just trying to put these pieces together. You've agreed, correct, that staff would like to see the value flowed through, and you've agreed that that comes at some cost to SPS one way or the other, correct?
We agree, yes, that we want to flow the credits onto the customer, and there can be a time lag between when SPS receives cash.
All right, you do keep bringing up a time lag. Could you explain what you mean by that in this context?
I believe that's what you are referring to when you talk about the value is first passed along to the customer, and then eventually SPS, according to your testimonies, will sell those credits in the market and receive cash at that time.
I see. So when you're referring to time lag, you're referring to the financing cost to get from one point in time to the other, correct?
I'm referring, yes, to a period in time between those two moments. Yes.
If you could take a look, Mr. Brossi, at page 8 of your stipulation testimony.
Yes.
The first full paragraph. There's a sentence beginning on line 8 onto line 9, beginning tax credits. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you say tax credits have been made possible by this purpose of serving customers, correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that tax credits have been made possible by the construction and operation of a generating station?
Yes, and that is also to serve customers.
And the facility has to be eligible to generate PTCs as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And in financing and constructing that plant, SPS is incurring costs that are making this all possible, correct? It's investing capital.
That is correct.
Okay. And so it's the capital investment that's making it possible, correct?
There is capital investment, yes.
And under the stipulation, the timing of SPS, I'm sorry, start over. There could be a time period when the generating station that we're talking about is constructed, is generating PTCs. SPS has made the capital investment, but SPS is not receiving a return of or return on that investment yet, correct?
Correct. That is called regulatory lag.
But it is serving customers, or we'll make it more concrete. In the instance of what the stipulation calls for, as to the new SPS resources in particular, following the stipulation, the new SPS resources would be serving customers even if SPS is not yet receiving a return of or on, correct?
Yeah, and that's, to my view, a part of the environment of utility regulation. Regulatory lag.
So your understanding that regulatory lag is a mandatory part of utility regulation?
It is a natural part of the regulation process. There will be periods of time when the utility does not have everything in base rates.
I'll apologize, Your Honor, but could we take 5? I didn't, I will say, actually get to take a break when we had our last break.
Let's go off the record here a second. How much more do you have? I know you reserved, I think, over 2 hours.
I know that estimate was based on some things we're not having to talk about.
Right.
So it's definitely less than that. If you give me an extra couple of minutes, I can better reorganize and give you a better estimate. But
well, okay.
right now,
Let
I
me,
would probably, I'm sorry.
go ahead. Right now, you.
I would probably say at the pace we're going, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30.
Okay.
But
Okay. All right. Well, let's go off the record. I don't know what people's schedules are. It is, let's see what the phone says. It's 5:02. So I don't know what what people's schedules are, and especially my court reporter, who's been working hard all day. So during our little 5-minute recess, people need to be thinking about whether or not, I mean, I have questions. I don't know if Mr. Rossi plans on any redirect, but I'm finding it difficult to believe that we're gonna get finished by 6, even if there was an agreement to do that. It looks like to me we're going to have to come back, but people can think it over during the break. I see, Miss Drake, you've raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm
Can
sorry,
we talk
ma'am.
about this now or after the 5 minutes?
After the break is fine, except actually, I did want to ask if we could confirm with the court reporter if she'd been able to look at the Dropbox version of the FEALES Exhibit 1 corrected to see if it's all there and correct.
I looked during the break, but I did not look specifically at what Madam Hearing Examiner was having an issue with. So I made a note, and no, I have not had an opportunity to look at it. I apologize.
That's
fine.
Okay. We will I say, if parties can always ask to be excused if they're not going to have questions, etc., or not. So yeah, Mr. DuBois, we'll take a 5-minute recess. I've got 5:05. We'll come back at 5:10 and see where we are. Okay. Remember the YouTube. And
Your Honor.
Allison, how are you?
I'm fine. I mean, if there was a reasonable expectation of being finished by 6 or so, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
If you don't believe so, then I guess what everyone decides will be.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. McMillan, you wanted to tell me something?
Yes, Your Honor. I was going to ask to be excused. I have an upcoming obligation that I would
Okay.
like to make it to.
All right. Very well. You can be
Thank you.
excused, sir. And We may we may finish tonight or not. But I don't believe that you reserved any time for any cross-examination, so.
I did not, Your Honor. I'll check
Okay.
the YouTube when, if I don't do that, I'll log into the hearing in the morning just in case.
Okay. Very
And-
well, sir. You're excused.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I also would request the same. I have
Oh, I
similarly
can't
an
see you.
obligation.
Where are you?
I'm sorry, let me get you. I had
Okay.
to undo the tie.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Okay,
Okay.
you're excused.
Good night.
Okay. Anybody else? No, Mr. Du Bois is still there. Are you back from your 5 minutes already?
I didn't know we started, Your Honor. I thought we were still talking.
No. Oh, now, okay. So now it's 5:06 and we'll come back at 5:11.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hey. Hello there, Mr. Stoffel. You popped right up in the top.
Good evening or late afternoon, whatever you prefer to think of it
Exactly.
as. Yeah.
Hello there.
We can wait till we're back on the record, but just want to let you know that NMLCG is planning to waive its cross of Mr. Brossi. So if that helps us finish tonight, wanted you to have that information.
Okay. Thank you.
I apologize, I was getting some water. I did look at FEA LES Exhibit 1 during the break. 27 pages of 27, it looks fine. Is that
Okay. As long as you can get that corrected exhibit. I tried to pull it up again, Allison, and it still has a width parameter that it says is wrong, and it won't let me pull it up. But if you can get the exhibit, then I'm satisfied with that. And after the hearing, I'll address with the IT people what my issue is. Because obviously, if no one else has that issue but me, and like I say, if you can get the correct exhibit, that's fine with me.
Yeah, it looked fine.
Okay, very well. And so let's go. Back on the record. Except, oh, there you are. It's like, wait, I lost Mr. DuPont. No. Yeah, so let's go back on the record and while we took our brief recess, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Elliott both asked to be excused. They had other commitments, and I said, fine. Mr. Stoffel also indicated that they were having no cross of the witness. Also, housekeeping matter. The court reporter is able to get the FEA LES corrected Exhibit 1. And I just looked at the NMDOJ Exhibit 1 revised and the Exhibit 11, which was not admitted, has been taken off. The only thing on the exhibit list included in the testimony, it's still listed, but I verified it's not there. And staff, third time's a charm. Staff Exhibit 2 appears to be complete now with the question, and therefore I will remove my provisional
Hearing examiner.
ruling. Oh,
Did
who
you
is
happen
that?
to? Sorry, we're echoing.
Who's talking?
It's Miss Hole.
Miss Wolf? Did I happen to?
Did you happen to see we had SPS had uploaded a revised Exhibit 5 with the list of attachments that you had requested as one combined document? We did that this morning.
Right, and I wanted that. Wanted that attached to the testimony. And yes.
Okay, and I think it was provisionally admitted into the record, so I just wanted to be sure you had seen that.
Okay. I don't have a note on that, but no, I think that's fine. Like you say, the NMDOJ is fine with, like you say, the listing. staff's testimony 2 is fine. So I think we have all of our exhibits. Okay, if you owe me one, you got to let me know. All right, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Sir?
Staff Exhibit 1 is forthcoming shortly. To correct the name and the 1 of 11 when it should have been 1 of 5.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so there is still one. Okay, thanks, Mr. Rossi. Okay, Mr. Dubois, how much more time do we have?
I'm optimistic that this could be 10 minutes or less.
Okay, well,
No promises. Optimism.
okay. And Mr. Rossi, is there going to be significant redirect or any?
It's not significant. I'm in the 2-minute range at the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, then, unless there's an objection, let's power on here and try to finish our hearing. With thanks to the court reporter who says if we can realistically get finished by 6, she's willing to keep going and hopefully won't have negative effects. All right, go ahead, Mr. Du Bois. Continue your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brossi, on page 3 of your stipulation testimony, you state, I'll let you get there.
Yes.
You state beginning at line 15, opposition to the retention of all system sales margins from the new resources for the period before cost recovery begins, correct?
Correct.
And if you go to page 11, I'm looking at beginning at the top of the page.
Yes.
You state there that staff reiterates that these sales back to the market spring from fuel costs, costs that are paid in full by the customer, and per the revenue requirement model are designated as expenses, not rate-based invested capital entitled to a return. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this passage, we are talking about the new SPS resources, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that those are solar facilities, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what are the fuel costs that you're referring to there?
No, that's referring to the revenue requirement model of where the utility company is allowed to be reimbursed or to put that into the revenue requirement for fuel expenses. In the revenue requirement model.
The revenue requirement for fuel expenses. Can you explain to me what you mean by that phrase?
Yes, where the revenue requirement is the equation of revenue requirement equals operating and maintenance expenses plus depreciation and tax plus rate base times WACC.
With the existence of a fuel clause, there's no fuel expense, fuel cost in that, though, is there?
Correct. In most places now, the fuel expense has been taken out and put into fuel clauses.
And so, again, not again, ask this. There is no fuel cost being paid by a customer for a solar facility, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that the stipulation condition on off-system sales margins allowing 100% retention before cost recovery is a different issue than the 90%, 10% sharing over the long term that SPS had proposed.
It is different than the 90-10. However, it still would be, to allow it here would be diverging from precedent. Current, yeah.
Do you understand other witnesses that you've listened to have indicated that they were okay with the stipulation because that 100% retention until it's in rates would offset cost, reduce regulatory lag?
Could you state that again?
Have you listened to all of the intervener witnesses' testimonies on the stipulation?
Yes, Mr. Du Bois.
Okay. And you did listen to Ms. Trammell. We already talked about that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that in those discussions and in testimony, intervener witnesses indicated that they found the 100% retention until cost recovery acceptable because customers weren't paying for the facility yet, correct?
Well, I think a number of them said that that was a compromise that they had to make.
And your opposition to it is because you do not believe it's appropriate. I'll start over. Actually, would it be fair to summarize that your opposition to both PTC retention until the facilities are in rates and to off-system sales margin retention until they're in rates is in order to have regulatory lag?
No, I would not characterize it in that way.
Okay. What do you disagree with that characterization?
Well, I would say that you're using it as you're characterizing it as a fully negative thing, whereas it is part of the process of regulatory accounting and a regulatory environment, that there's going to be lags. That's just part of this whole environment.
There are many regulatory models that reduce or eliminate regulatory lag on capital investment, correct?
Correct.
So it's a regulatory choice as to what degree to have regulatory lag, correct?
Yes, that would be one way to look at it.
Okay. And would you agree that even if the commission accepted the stipulation on these two issues, on PTC retention prior to cost recovery or deferral, and off-system sales margin retention prior to cost recovery, there will still be some amount of regulatory lag, correct?
Specific items there, the PTCs before and the off-system sales margins before. I guess I didn't understand your question.
Let's say hypothetically the stipulation were accepted by the commission as written. Do you have that assumption?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that there would still be regulatory lag unless SPS began cost recovery immediately upon the facilities going into service, correct?
Could you explain which part of the time period is the lag that you're referring to? Could you define out the lag in this specific instance?
Okay. Let's take the hypothetical of one of the solar facilities is completed the construction of one of the solar facilities is completed and it goes into service. Do we have that step?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as a second step, we assume that cost recovery of the revenue requirement associated with that facility has not yet begun. Are you with me?
Correct. Yes, yes.
And the third assumption is the stipulation is accepted as written, and as a consequence, SPS is at that time retaining the PTCs that are generated at that time and retaining off-system sales margin at that time. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that in that scenario, with those three steps, SPS would still experience some regulatory lag, correct?
Yes, in this hypothetical.
Okay. So at the end of the day, what we're talking about as to these two conditions is the degree to which, if any, the regulatory lag is being mitigated, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the fundamental disagreement on these issues between staff and the signatories, correct?
I'm not sure I would characterize it exactly that way.
Okay. And staff's point of view, your point of view is that on the one hand, there should be the unmitigated regulatory lag, and on the other, SPS should be providing the value of the PTCs to customers regardless, correct?
We do believe that the value of the off-system sales margins, yes, should be flowed to the customers.
Okay. Can you give me one moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Let me ask you, Mr. Brossi, in staff's position that the value of the PTC should flow through to the customer, it doesn't make any difference to staff when or if SPS gets compensated for the assets that are providing the PTCs?
No, definitely they should be as soon as reasonable within rates, yes. They should be.
But that period of time between COD and any recovery in rates, you don't think they should be compensated for?
This time, we think that those amounts can be tracked and then brought into the base rate case and dealt with there. If they are to be added to the revenue requirement as costs or as part of a return, yes, in that proceeding.
So staff's position is the base rate case is the only appropriate place to bring those revenue issues?
Yes, at this time.
So staff's going to be opposing then the proposal in the RPS case? If you know.
I am not familiar with that case and I'm not on that case. So I don't think I can say.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Du Bois.
Did I understand your responses just then to indicate that staff would, instead of what's in the stipulation, be on board with a deferral of the, you know what, I'm not going to try to characterize it. I think I can stop there, Your Honor.
Okay. That's it for your questions, Mr. Du Bois.
Yes, thank you.
Very well. I don't believe any other party had questions for you, Mr. Brossi. I've got some questions for you. Welcome. And I note for the record in your direct testimony. That you come to the commission with a bachelor's, a master's, and you're a licensed CPA. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Are you a little tired right now? Did you do any tax work?
No, I'm not doing any tax work right now.
Okay. And it says that you have been with us, it looks like about 7 months, starting into your 8th month.
That's correct.
What have you been doing if you haven't been testifying?
What? Oh, well, this case has started quite a long time ago, and I've been on this case since it started, and that's been my work. Yeah, the majority of it.
Okay. Do you have some other cases?
Yes, I do. I do have some other cases coming up.
Okay. Have you been to some trainings?
Yes, I have. I've been to a few trainings. I think the basics was the most recent one. NMSU sponsored there in Albuquerque, as well as some NARUC conferences as well, or trainings.
Are you having fun?
Yeah.
I note in your testimony, in your direct testimony, when you're going over beginning at page 3 and continuing on through page 10, it's staff's position that SPS hasn't in fact met the requirements in 550 and 6287 for continuation of its FPPCAC, hasn't it?
Yes, that is our position.
And one of the things I wanted to refer to on page 9 of your testimony, and just to explain to you, Mr. Brossi, in case they haven't, the hearing examiner does not cross-examine any witnesses, okay? The hearing examiner conducts examination. So basically, I'm trying to fill out the record. I'm trying to understand, but I am not adverse to you. I am not adverse to your position. I don't have a position, except if it comes to legal things, I do, or scheduling things, okay? But as far as the substance of your testimony, again, I'm not a party to the case. You understand that, right?
Yes, understood.
Okay. So your testimony here on page 9, when you're talking about meeting your requirements, at lines 14 through 16, you reference Ms. Trammell's testimony about the fuel and purchase power costs were approximately 22.7% of New Mexico retail customers' total bill in 2023, and are a materially significant part of the total cost of service. That's your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And in response, can you see Mr. Brossi, the screen share?
Yes.
Or am I just zoom by it? Can you see in response to bench request number 1-2? I asked Ms. Trammell what the percentage was for 2024.
Yes.
And you see her answer for the year 2024. The cost of fuel and purchase power represent 13.64% of New Mexico total cost of service. Does that surprise you?
That does seem to be a large change, correct? From about 9%, looks like. Reduction.
From 22.7% in your testimony to 13.4?
Yes, that does seem like a large change.
But would you say that 13.64% would you still characterize it as a material significant part of the cost of service?
Yes, I would.
I think I understand your position. And I know with regard to your oh, I don't see it. Well, with regard to your responses to Mr. Dubois' questions about regulatory lag, and I think your response to my question is staff's position is not that they don't believe SPS isn't entitled to get compensated for its costs during any regulatory lag period. But what I understood you to say is it's staff's belief that because regulatory lag, according to your testimony, is a built-in part of the process, that it should be addressed in a base rate case by the company, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But you realize, in addition to the things that are decided and put through base rates, we do have all of these other things that show up on the bill now, right? For example, there's the FPP that shows up on the customer's bill, and there's the energy efficiency that can show up on the customer's, the recovery mechanism. And then there's also the RPS mechanism that can show up on the customer's bill, right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
So, I mean, don't you think those ways of collection from the customer are potentially more expedient than waiting to include costs in a base rate case?
Yes, I think, yeah, on a case-by-case basis, there are definitely opportunities for that to happen.
Right, and that sort of goes to your testimony beginning on page 5, your opposition testimony. Where you're talking about staff believes that the revenue requirement model should be the foundation for consideration of pass-through for elements of the Fppcac. That's your
Yes.
testimony?
That's my testimony.
So you don't see the Fppcac process as something adjacent or separate from utilizing that base rate perspective.
I think that it was the fuel clause was definitely part of base rates. It was taken out of it when fuel costs became volatile, and so it serves a very distinct and appropriate purpose of recovering fuel expenses and purchase power expenses. But that is its purpose, and the additional requests by SPS have gone outside that purpose. And so they'll need to make some adjustments to allow any of those requests if they are to be allowed.
So it's the additional requests that staff has issues with. That SPS
Yes.
made in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm sorry, I do not recall staff. Did staff provide a response to the commission at the beginning of this case?
A response to which order?
About whether or not these additional items should be included. If you know, sir.
Well, in my testimony, my direct testimony, I did recommend certain of them that would be not allowed.
Well, I'm specifically referring to the January 10th, 2025 utility response to the commission's order of December 20th, requiring staff response. The commission says staff's response indicates that in some respects, the Fppcac is in compliance. Staff goes on to recommend that the commission submit the application for hearing to address the request beyond the continued use of the Fppcac. Did you participate in that response, sir?
Yes, that is what I wrote. That's correct. That was I was just unfamiliar with what you were referring to, but yes, that was the affirmation in lieu of something else.
And was
filed.
it
Yeah.
was it the staff position at that time that the other issues should be moved to a base rate case?
At that time, we wanted to look into the additional requests further. So we did, that was made. We looked into it in more depth.
Okay. In your testimony in opposition to the comprehensive non-unanimous stipulation on page 10, you are answering the question posed at page 9, line 16. What are off-system sales margins, and how do they impact the Fppcac? And your answer, beginning on line 19, carrying over to page 10, line 3, you're giving that explanation, correct, sir?
Um, mm, yes,
And you specifically say on page 10, the commission does not allow off-system sales margin sharing for any of the state's regulated investor-owned utilities, right?
that's right.
And you footnote on number 10 some specific cases there, right?
Yes,
And case number 20-00104 is one of those cases.
that's correct. Yes.
And do you know whose case that was?
EPE.
And the commission made a determination not to approve the 90-10 off-system sales margin sharing.
That's correct.
That case was appealed, wasn't it? Can't hear you.
And I am not sure that it was. I don't know.
I can tell you, I'll represent to you that that case was appealed.
Okay.
Okay? Are you confident that that particular provision was not overturned?
Fairly confident, but again, when you bring that up, I would have to double check.
And in your review, did you find any other cases that El Paso Electric had dealt with concerning this subject since that time?
Not that I am aware of.
And the other two cases you cited, 13-00187, do you know whose case that was?
It's P&M's case.
And case number in that particular case, is it your assertion that no off-system sales margin sharing was included?
Correct.
Did you check any recent P&M filings, including their 2 rate cases that they've had at least since that case, to see if the status had changed with regard to P&M?
I have not checked those P&M rate cases.
Can you see, based upon the confusion, Mr. Brossi, that specificity is good in recommendations, especially with regard to whether or not you want the issue considered in the particular case in which you are filing testimony?
Yes, I can see that, Madam Hearing Examiner.
You will also learn Mr. Brossi staff often benefits, specifically the staff witness often benefits by coming at the end of multi-day hearings and the questions get fewer. I have suggested that we reverse some of the order of presentations just so that staff witnesses don't feel shortchanged in getting fewer questions. With that, I believe, sir, that's all the questions that I have for you. I thank you for your time. And Mr. Rossi, redirect. Well, let me ask, any parties? I think everybody's waived cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Rossi. Any redirect for Mr. Brossi?
Thank you, ma'am. I think at this time I'm going to call it a day and say I have no further redirect.
Very well. Mr. Dubois, any questions based on my questions? You're muted.
Thank you. No, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Brossi. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Before he leaves, can I ask you a quick question? When Madam Hearing Examiner first started questioning you and you were talking about some of the trainings you'd gone through, you mentioned two, one down in Albuquerque and another one, and you used a couple of acronyms that I couldn't quite get what you were saying.
Those would be the NARUC trainings, NARUC, National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissions.
Okay, and that was it, but both of them were the NARUC?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. We have anything further from staff?
No, ma'am. With that, staff rests.
Very well. We need a few clarifications with regard to the bench requests. I think I've already entered on the record our I think with the exception of staff exhibit 1, which still needs to be put in the Dropbox, I think we have all of our exhibits. I just want to highlight, I think Mr. Dubois, Ms. Hewell, Ms. Hopkins, whoever was responsible for all of SPS's bench requests, and I didn't have that many. I think I only had like 3 or 4. So SPS has them in the Dropbox, I believe, subject to correction. That first bench request, number 1-1, please provide the monthly Rule 550 Form 1 or I reports for the months of July 24 through December 24. Mr. Malley did so. And then the second one in that attachment was the one that I just read to Mr. Brossi about the 13.4% for 2024. I want that in the record. It's been verified by the sponsors to that information. And pursuant Pursuant to procedural rule of the commission 1.2.2.35. Okay. Additional evidence. At any stage of the proceeding, the the commission or presiding officer may require the production of further evidence upon any issue. Such evidence may, at the discretion of the commission or presiding officer, be in writing or presented orally. All parties and staff will be given the opportunity to reply to such evidence submitted and cross-examine the witness under oath. Is anybody going to request or object to the introduction of SPS's response to first bench request as I just set forth that response? Okay, hearing no objection, we're going to admit that response. Allison, as Commission Exhibit 1. Okay, and then we have waiting. We have what's entitled SPS's response to second bench request. And this bench request 1.3, what was the Henry Hub average price of natural gas per MMBTU for the first quarter of 2025? And Mr. Roseman responded, the average price of natural gas for January, February, and March of 2025 was $3.652. So 365.2 per MMBTU. Is there anyone who objects to this being introduced into our record as Commission Exhibit 2, SPS's response to second bench request, and or would like the opportunity to cross-examine on Commission Exhibit 2? Hearing no objection, I'm going to put in Commission Exhibit 2. SPS attorneys, is that my final bench request information?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
And I don't believe I asked anyone else a bench request. Well, I'll make a note of that for next time. Okay, so we've taken care of that. Address the rule. Okay, I did that. Address the provisional exhibit. I did that. We have the one outstanding exhibit. We have completed the evidentiary portion of our case. Anything procedural that we need to deal with before I adjourn our hearing? I'm not hearing anything. Parties may have a two let's say a 2-week period following the completion of the transcript in the commission's info share e-docket system. To file any proposed post-hearing writings. Prior to the stipulation, I had several things for you to brief. However, I don't really think I need them now, since I think some of the positions have been dialed back pursuant to the stipulation. So with that being said, let me thank you all for your participation. Big thanks to you, Allison. Appreciate your efforts. Thanks not only to the attorneys, but also to all of the support people. A thank you to Anna, our assistant, and to Eldon and Phil, our IT people, for getting the new system set up for me. And if there's nothing further, I wish you a good night, and our hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Allison, let me know if you need anything from me other than that other exhibit.
No, I think we're good. Thank you.